beautiful people, welcome to the stream, or welcome back to the stream if you are friendly and familiar returning faces. Hope you didn't miss me too much because you're stuck with me again for both of our series today, and I personally couldn't be more excited because we've got some absolute bangers coming on up here. Now, these are going to be the upper bracket games from both Group A and Group B. We're going to be watching Group A first, and that is going to be Pigeons versus Peekaboo. Then we'll move over to Group B, which is going to be a Big EQUIPA versus Let Her Cook. Now, this first series that we're going to be watching, Pigeons versus Peekaboo, for those of you who may be tuning in that may go, who on earth are Pigeons? You may know them as Imperial Valkyries, or the majority of what was the Imperial Valkyries team. No longer under the organization. The majority of the team stays the same. The main substitute being the Anna, the AWPA for the team, taking a step away from CS. We say they're taking a step away from the team for now, and Viku joining the lineup. Yes, Big EQUIPA Viku, HLTV Top 3 Women Player of the Year Viku joining this lineup. Now, everyone thought it was a little bit odd, you know, going from a team that's signed, has an organization, has this backing, a team that's just won ESL Impact Season 8, to go into a team that really kind of struggled a little bit towards the end of the last year. Might be maybe not the most anticipated move of all time, but I have been assured that everyone is looking up, has smiles on their faces at the moves, and that's really exciting to hear. And actually, this is a team that is looking back in peak form. Maybe just the injection of new ideas, new blood, has been exactly what they need to be reinvigorated. Now, the last time these two teams played, it was a 2-map affair, but it wasn't quite a close 2-mapper there. Map number 1 being Ancient and a 16-14, and then map 2 being Mirage, a 13-11. So an overtime and a game that went all of regulation. It was a Pigeons 2-0, but it was definitely a difficult fought matchup, and I will be intrigued to see what we are playing and seeing here today. But Peekaboo, they qualified through the second open qualifier. Pigeons, they won open qualifier number 1. They won it outright. They didn't need to touch anything else. They set themselves up majestically for the rest of the year. Peekaboo, they came through that second qualifier a little bit shakier. I believe they came second in that qualifier, losing to Hindsight, but still very good showing overall. Now, I have been informed that we have a veto ready to go, and I will be curious to see if there's much overlap from when these teams last played. We've got Ancient, Dust 2, and Nuke. Now, this is exciting because Ancient and Dust 2 were maps that were in the veto last time. We actually saw Mirage instead, but that's being switched out for a Nuke this time as the decider. Now, I actually really like this move here to have Nuke as that final map. When you're kind of coin tossing between Inferno, Nuke, Pigeons have a remarkably strong Nuke. We've seen them play it in, you know, the grand finals of the female pro league versus Big EQUIPA, and really had a sort of a run for their money on that one. So it's a map that they're pretty comfortable on, and I think with Viku on the AWP here as well, that's only going to be amplified tenfold. So definitely an exciting series here. We're just waiting for the last couple of players to join the lineup and to join the server, but I think all things considered, this is a pretty even veto. There's no map picks that are particularly punishing to the other, I think. Even when we get towards Nuke, I think it definitely does lead in Pigeons' favor, but I think that might just be the Pigeons diff, the Pigeons buff, right? I am looking forward to seeing them again. Of course, Pigeons, they've been playing in a couple of external tournaments as well. So their year, they've been putting in the repetitions. We've seen them playing in, you know, the Nodwin qualifiers. We've seen them playing in this. They've definitely been getting in the repetitions a little bit. So I will be curious as to whether the external tournaments we've seen them playing in, the mixed tournaments, there's going to be much that they've able to extrapolated from those, much that they've been able to learn from those games as well. Not yet found a victory, but pushing the boat out further and further each time. I'm not sure what more there is to say going into this. I think prediction-wise, it realistically should be a 2-0. We saw it was a 2-0 last time, and it wasn't as close as I think many people expected. Peekaboo, a team that maybe gets a little bit underrated at times. I know I'm guilty of that as well, but versus a team of the caliber of Pigeons, I mean, they should be winning this one out, Pigeons, every day of the week. Not cleanly though. I want to see a third map. I want to see this go a third, to see Peekaboo really pushing the boundaries here. And here we go into the first pistol round. Viku. There we go. I was going to say, hopefully we're going to see her with a weapon in hand at some point. There is actually going to upgrade. I believe that's the icon for the Julies, and she is an absolute menace with them. Now straight up, so much noise is going to be heard. Does Hikomi clear this? A little bit of a superficial clear, but Viku, the flash is amazing, forces her off the angle. Kat joins in the fray here. Zana's stuck in this corner. There's not even going to be much escaping here, but this was all a distraction for our teammates to go and push this B site instead. Bomb safely on site, able to be planted with not a care in the world. Zana does go down here, but I don't think it's necessarily the end of the world, given that they've had a bit of time to set up this post plant. Yes, they have a two-player disadvantage. Kat's, more importantly, got a kit here. The kit on Kat, some would say. Flash over the top to get them in towards ramp, and they can't really afford to slow down right now. Julie finds one immediately spinning around. They've got no information about what's coming from behind, so worried because they knew that there were a lot of players stacked this side. Dealt with their teammate, but look, the kills come flooding in. Yin versus Namiza, last one available. Yin finds it, has to try run and grab the kit, and I don't think there's enough time, and that's unfortunate. Any closer to site, you die any closer, then maybe there's a conversation to be had, but really nicely done there from Peekaboo. Using this as a bait and switch, and the post plant setup really, really good there. They know that they've got to be worried about that flank from all the players stacked over on A, but they don't let that sort of overwhelm them and consume them. And a timeout being called immediately from Pigeons. Trying to figure out how to stabilize before the ships even really started filling with water. There we go, timeout comes to an end. Pigeons, they're going to force into this one. Found a bunch of kills. They've got the money to throw together a bit of a buy here. Veen going to be on that A1S. 23's managed to scrounge together one as well. Smokes go out. Actually, not even going to have a look at mid. Just allowing them the respect there. But Peekaboo, smoke mid's really just to deny them. They're still just interested in this B site. Utility goes on over to try cut these players off. Veen definitely having a little bit of a look there. Does manage to find Namiza amidst all of this though. Oh, but Kat, they don't clear it. Unfortunately, Julie's wrapped around her, and they will find the opening picks. Now, it's a little bit uncomfortable. 3 versus 3. Weapon has been secured here for Tori and AK. This is a really advanced angle to be holding here for Tori. Fortunately, Zana, good for one, spins around, finds another, doesn't know where the last is. 23 will pounce. And Zana, it's a beautiful sequence. A little bit more information, and I think every day she wins that one on out. Alas, 23, hand not shown until the very last second. Defuse can come on through. That's going to be Pigeons finding themselves instantly back on the board. That time out, well placed. Have a little bit of a chat immediately. Stunt the economy of Peekaboo. You'll give yourself that handhold to start climbing as quickly as possible to scale through this map. And Peekaboo, they're not slouchers. They're not willing to let this go unanswered. You've disrespected them. You've disrespected their pistol round conversion. And now it's their turn to have a little bit of a buy, see what they can make of it. Now, by no means is it anywhere near the caliber of what we saw coming out from Pigeons last round, but maybe just enough. Push out ramp here from Kat's going to spot a lot of information. Between her and Tori, they know absolutely nobody's here. 23's heard nothing in mid, so now all eyes fall to Veen. Jump on up from Zana, spotted, not able quite to flick onto the angle in time, will fall. So they are going to lose the player advantage. They're going to lose the site and have to retake this. There's a little bit of utility to get it done. Hikomi throws the last smoke, so now they've got to try whittle down this whole timer with nothing but the guns in their hands and their wits about them. Sending Cat in through mid towards Donuts. Lining up the utility, the flash to allow the team to peek into cave, just to buy themselves that little bit more space, that security and safety net. But round through CT, the smoke's faded. Zana good for one, tucks on in. Hikomi finds another. Cat fighting for her life, but both her and Viku fall. And Peekaboo absolutely not going to allow Pigeons to get away with the daylight robbery in that conversion. And now the real question, Pigeons, they really don't have the money to go for another force here. But they're going to, and it's nowhere near as pretty as what we've seen in previous rounds. Far fewer kills means that there's far less money to upgrade into even SMGs. They're going to be running it down with a Scout, a Desert Eagle, and a bunch of 5.7s. Now, if any team could make this buy work, it would be Pigeons. People say that I'm huffing on the copium, but I mean, isolating the first fight like that, can you even blame me? Tori's got one, Veen tucked on in, here's Julie, and it's a superficial clear. Now Tori has gone down to the flames, but Veen's still fighting in mid there. Scout finds one, and it's a 3 versus 2. And I said not to underestimate this round. This is exactly why Cat's reactions are going to have to be on point here. Smoke fades, just about sees corner of Letty. Cat's there to trade. 2 versus 2. Now Sight. Not 2 versus 2, sorry, 1 versus 2. HUD took a second to catch up. Namiza doesn't have bomb, more importantly. Has to fight round for this. They've not seen her all round. They've not heard from her since the beginning of the round and those opening picks. So she could come from anywhere. A little bit of a crossfire in mid. She's crawled round to Red Room. Might find a timing here. Find Viku looking the wrong way. Find 23 out in the middle of mid. Unfortunately, though, Molotov goes on in, just buying more seconds to reposition. And that means that all the information Namiza has out of date. She's going to have to react quickly. Finds the first 23. Won't let this round slip. And back and forth we go. The game of cat and mouse continues. Now, no bomb plant, but a fair number of kills. It would not surprise me if we saw Peekaboo force into this one. And yep, there we go. There's no reason not to. Can Pigeons finally break the stalemate? Very slow here from Peekaboo, just playing a little bit passively, waiting at the utility. Amazing flash goes on in. Hikomi's going to find both of them. Viku does eventually find somewhat of a pick to stop the hemorrhaging from getting too bad, to stop them bleeding out in mid. But that doesn't mean they're out of the woods just yet. Bomb goes down on A. Smoke stops Cat from having any line of sight. Has to crawl in, has to try clear out cave here. Teammates taking a while to clear through mid. Tori's wrapped around the world to head through halls. Just being held off here. Misa, nothing but a Desert Eagle. Viku's found one. Tori footsteps have been heard. Namiza getting into the angle, ready. A shot to the head. It's clean, it's clinical. Viku with one Zana trades, and Viku spraying wildly, but she knows it's not possible. There's no time. Even with a kid, it's not doable. And Peekaboo, they still back the lead. They still back the round. And Viku's got a saved over weapon. They got 3 kills. Veen's on enough money to force this, so it looks like we're going again. A1S dropped over to 23. Cat on a Desert Eagle. It's better than their last force buy was. That one USP is a little bit of an eyesore, but can't complain too much. And there it is. There's a bit of an upgrade comes on through. 5.7 instead. Molotov HE on over. Themselves a little bit to work with. A lot of utility drawn on out there, and people are actually not going to take that mid control. 23 is going to give it a bit of a clear there. Call it over, leave Tori posted on up. Another smoke goes in deep, just a bit of assurance there. The fact that they've heard nothing, seen nothing up on Speedway, up on the platform, means the Cat's pretty comfortable as well. She's heard no footsteps. Gonna call Viku back on over though, just in case. A seems to be where Peekaboo want to take this. Being up top. This position. Gonna catch Julie with utility in hands, but not able to punish the pick. The smoke comes on out. The flash. Not enough to deal with her. And just drawing so much of this utility out of Julie here. And it's given the time for all these players to wrap into Donut. 23 lines up the first, finds the second as well. Hikomi to find the trade to stop this getting too far out of the woods to really be comfortable. Still doable right now, especially with the weapons that are left. Julie finds that pick that gives them the entrance onto site. Needs to clear cave. Tori's here, swings on out, finds the pick, denies the plant for a little bit longer. Hikomi in Donut fighting, manages to throw off the utility, they won't punish for that, finds Cat, knows the players managed to escape cave, can hear the burning on the edge of the Molotov, but it's a bait and switch for Viku, she swings out for both, and it's going to be 3-4-3. We are still going with the force buy wars here. And now there's a big question, because 1,500 on both Letty and Zana might not be enough to work with. Peekaboo might actually have to sit this one on out. I say that as I see Tech9's bought on out. No, they will not. They've decided that no one shall be free from this game of Force Buys. Are you not entertained, wonderful people at home? Veen, flash on through. Clear out. Cheetah, not going to spot anything. Not heard or seen anything. Ramp now. Veen's not been able to really have too much of a look into mid, so that's why she's going to rotate in towards Donut. Might hear a little bit of kerfuffling in a second, but actually, they cut all noise. Smoke goes over the top for Red Room. That's going to be a little bit of information to try piece together the plan with. I love this push down ramp, because this could potentially catch a lot of these players. The issue is going to be, oh, how do they stabilize? How do they stop the ship from sinking? The answer is by stopping Tori getting away with absolute murder. Stops her getting away with a triple massacre here early round. No buy one, get one free deals in this 4 versus 4. Viku might just have missed the timing there. Spots the shoulder, Julie. Adjusts quickly. 23's there to back her up. Finds Letty. Now this gets shut down in mid. And just Hikomi left. She falls. And finally, the Cold War ends. Pigeons secure themselves back-to-back rounds. Take the lead for the first time in the series. Again, still early days. Now, surely this time, Peekaboo, you know, you got to give up the jig eventually. You got to give it up and go, yep, you know, we lost that. It was fun whilst it lasted, but we'd really like to get full weaponry, full utility online at some point. Would be nice. And that's exactly what's going to happen. There is a Desert Eagle on Hikomi, but we're not exactly writing ballads about the Desert Eagle. Veen with the first, Tori swings on out to assist. It's a little bit messy, but between the two of them, both walk away alive. Cat can activate here as well. And they shut this on down quickly and with lethal force. Zana is putting up a final stand. Managed to take a second with her. Cat's going to stop it getting too scary there, as Pigeons start to pull away a little bit further here. Weapons back in hands for Peekaboo. Now, it's not a perfect buy. That Galil on Hikomi sticking out a bit of a sore thumb here, but we'll let it pass. It's nothing really too much. It's a sort of blink and you miss it kind of difference. It's going to be Hikomi and that Galil that are getting heavily pressured. Veen really wants to take the fight here. He's managed to get onto site. Is going to be aware that she's ahead of expectations. Here's the footsteps of the rest. Julie, lovely find there. Gives them the site, gives them the plant. 23 going to be the next one up. Having to stall for just a second. Buying time for Viku's long rotate and for Cat just to have a little bit of a clear there. Means that they can all activate together. Hikomi spots the first Viku. Lovely adjustment. Caught off guard, but it's fine. 23 not able to do the same, though. Weapon not quite pulled out in time. Cat, though, she's really making this difficult for them. Taps the bomb. Baits on out. The peek from Zana. And there's a kit available. It's close, but they get the job done. They continue to extend this lead. That's 6 already. Even at the half, even if everything else goes catastrophically wrong for the remaining 3 rounds. And now that the lost bonuses finally managed to accumulate here for Peekaboo, might be able to force together a buy. Actually, they've decided just going to roll with the Tech 9s, looking forward to that 11th round instead. So much space in mid. And Peekaboo, they've not been too bothered with contesting this a lot of the time. Yeah, they'll throw in a smoke for Red Room, but they've not really been trying to follow up with it all too much. Looks like they want to disrespect these smokes. Dory's on the other side, and safety in numbers. They've got more bodies than she has bullets and ability to lock onto targets. Cat stepping on up. They isolate her. There's a team kill in the midst of all of this, though. That's a bit of a problem because that would have been a 2 versus 3, a little bit more doable. Now Zana, they don't call her the GOAT for nothing. Unfortunately, though, 23 swings wide, and she will deliver. And that's going to be a 7th round for Peekaboo. Now, timeout coming here from Peekaboo, and I think well positioned. They've really started to lose the plot a bit here, going from 3-3 to 7-3. And now just something needed, a round on the board. Now, this is going to be the first time that they have full weaponry available. All out for Zana. Now, we haven't really seen the AWPs all too much this map. Viku's got one, Zana with another. Now, the first time we really see them. Both sides want to have something to say about it, but Zana, unsupported by any utility, being the operative difference here. Now, in a head-to-head battle of the AWP, straight statistics would favour Viku, but well, I've not got the Twitch chat open, but I can already hear the copy pasta. Zana, beloved in the community and far from a weak AWPer. Actually, she's been incredible as of recently, but Viku showing her prowess, showing why she's one of the world's best. Cat swings on out with her. Unfortunately, only good for one. Viku not got quite the angle to find the trade, but Tori already pushed through Cheetah there. Quick, able to wrap, stops them rotating as well. And it's all the information needed to work with. She pushes on out there. Hikomi knows it's coming, but she's still unready for it. Viku smoked on off. They've still got to deal with Tori, though, and she knows that she's there. Oh, Zana, though. She heard me chatting. She heard me doubting her. And she puts all of that to bed. Lovely shots coming on through. Now it's just 23 left to try clutch this one on up. The smoke's going to give away where she's pushing from. Zana's got a tiny window with the smoke here. The smoke clears as she fires. And it's quick as you like. Zana finds 23, clutches up the round. And that is the difference maker that we needed for Peekaboo to get back on the board. It turns out that Zana and the AWP is the step up. We continue on. Final round of the half. Inbound, both sides, weapons in hand. A lot of early damage done there onto Namiza. Viku looking to try follow it up. The HEs go deep, chipping away ever so slightly. A corner, a shoulder is all that Viku needs. It's a beautiful shot. Hikomi, the rest of the team looking at mid now. They want no part of this, but Letty peeks. No, somebody has to make a move, and unfortunately, she's the sacrifice. Veen finds Hikomi and swings on out for the last, and now Zana, you know that she's got the AWP, you know where the rest of the team was. You've cleared out most of the map, options now limited. The sound of the AWP rings out, and that's going to allow 23 to get into position. She doesn't even need to peek this, she just needs to hold, knowing that that's her advantage right now. And Zana knows every way. She's surrounded, being compressed by this side defense. Tapped away through the wood, needs to isolate a fight here. Spotted the head of Cat running on forward, hopes not to be shot in the back. Sidearm on out, but Cat will not let this one get away. Closes this out swiftly. And it's a beautiful end to the half for Pigeons after the initial back and forth. Now, side switch. We gotta say, it's a CT-sided map. A peekaboo pistol here could be exactly what they need to suddenly find themselves maybe 6 and 8. Suddenly, that doesn't look too bad, does it? But again, I am very hesitant because I know that this very well could be another back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. No one can ever leave. And actually, both of these teams... basically 50% win rate exactly on every single map for pistol round wins, which is kind of statistically what you'd expect, but it is exactly 50%, which is slightly ominous. It's always weird when the stats line up so that it's, you know, a perfect round number. That's an incredibly deep smoke there to cut off anybody wanting to peek Red Room. Now, these two donut players, this is going to be all on them right now. Julie nearby might choose to just disrespect the smoke, hearing all of the footsteps running onto site. Now, one of these donut players gone to regroup with the team, leaving just Letty nearby. I think 23 might have got a whiff of her there. Running on forward, Hikomi, lovely one, tap to the face, Zana with the Julies, making them sing. 23 is the only one that's put up any resistance here. Now Cat, last left alive, Letty runs round the corner, spraying run and guns Cat into the next round. And Peekaboo find themselves another pistol round. Defuse comes on through, but it's a bomb plant. And I hearken back to, there's a bomb plant, which means there should be enough money and they realistically should be forcing into this one. And what happened last time, we saw a team force into round 2, we saw a force into round 3 and 4 and 5 and 6. Not 7 though, not 7. No, actually I tell a lie, it was round 7, it was round 8 that we stopped the force buys. Trying to get ahead of Julie. Can hear the utility trying to catch her off guard. Finds the first. Upgrades to the Fama. Zana's going to trade, however. Viku instantly right back at her. Namiza needs to hold down the fort. Needs to be the difference maker, but can't quite find the necessary multi-kill. Let's see. Has to be careful, but more fire being thrown at her feet. 3 versus 2, albeit you have to squint to see 23's remaining health. The sound cue of the flames going to be heard. The swing on out from Tori punished. 23 low health. Letty might just be the savior here. Hikomi needs to swing here together. Has been spotted. Finds the pick. And Peekaboo say absolutely not. It gets scary for a second. Deja vu starts creeping in. But Peekaboo, they're a step ahead. And it's off the back of the Letty multi-kill there. It's off the back of the fact that Peekaboo are able to keep these trades pretty equal throughout the sort of mid-round there. Alright. Peekaboo, weapons back in hand. Pigeons, this time, they unfortunately are just going to have to run it down with the Desert Eagles, with the Tech 9s. Now, again, they're very, very good with them. They are an incredibly mechanically crisp team. Would I say the most mechanically sharp in the league? Maybe, maybe not. I am liking some of the CIS players have been incredibly eye-catching in that department, but they are one of the most drilled teams. They are one of the most experienced teams. And it's moments like this. Veen swinging on out. is traded there. Flash comes on through 23, managing to duck and weave long enough. Viku's found one as well. Julie round the back there. Tori frantically typing in the digits as quickly as she can hear the footsteps approaching. They've not really been able to recover a weapon for Tori here, and she's just a distraction. She's a human flashbang. She's ducking, weaving. Sign her up for the Olympics the way she's snarling around these bullets. She does eventually get taken down here, but leaves it in a 2 versus 2. Is bought enough time here. There's a kit on Julie, but 23, what a lovely peek. And still nothing to shut them down. No utility here. Julie has to force the fight. They're not going to let her just stick this. Isolates one, but unfortunately the swing from the other side because she can't quite confirm the kill on Cat. And Pigeons find themselves with a 9th. First gun round under their belt, and they are happy with it. Well, sorry, that wasn't even a gun round. That was an eco. My bad. It should realistically be an eco here from Peekaboo. What is with the MP7? So I'm crashing out about this again. And I do need somebody to genuinely explain to me if like the MP7 is good now. I don't know. It just makes me uncomfortable. The weapon's existence which made me a little bit uncomfortable. And seeing it is always jarring. But whether it's going to be able to do too much, Julie swings on out. Unfortunately, close range can't quite find the kill on either because luckily Bain has a bodyguard in the likes of Cat. Actually, doesn't even need a bodyguard. Just going to get it done solo. Julie goes down, leaving just Hikomi left. Other side of the map. No utility, no kit. A 1 versus 5 versus players that have barely been injured is really on the cards here. It's just a matter of how many you can take down with you. Go down kicking and screaming. And unfortunately, 23 says absolutely not. Gonna silence this round, send us to the next. And they have achieved double digits here. Now we saw when momentum got going for Pigeons last half, how scary that was. Peekaboo. Unfortunately, really just going to have to sit on the hands on this one. Letty's got a P250. Stacked in towards mid. Flash to get them round the corner. Veen finds one, 23 with the others, and it's unfortunate because whilst I like the idea, unfortunately with so many players from Pigeon stacked in the middle, even isolating one of them, even taking down a player was going to be a difficult ask. Alright, here we go. Round number 18. Weapons in hand for Peekaboo. And very realistically, if they don't win this, probably the last time we see weapons, at least of this caliber, in their hands in this map. So a very pivotal round that we're watching here. For Pigeons, it's just business as usual. In Julie. Looking good. Tori finds the pick to give them the advantage. And this has been the issue, I think, for a lot of these rounds, is that Pigeons have been going 2 for 1 on a lot of these opening duels. 23 throws on in the HE. Really doesn't want to give her life away here. Knows that now that the bomb's gone down, her position is even more crucial because as they jump on up, as they try to push towards Cheetah, they know that they've got to be watching behind them as well. They've got to be watching in front. They've got to be trying to clear carefully through Cheetah. And you can see Letty still spinning on around. Luckily, Zana's carving them a path. 23 dares the pounce that we talked about. Zana dips back to deal with it. It's a 1v1, but she doesn't have the kit, and that means she doesn't really have the time, knowing absolutely nothing about Viku and her known location. Zana just going to be clinging on to this AK.
Terrorists win.
Map point already reached for Pigeons, and bear in mind this is Peekaboo's map pick. And last time we saw these two teams play Ancient, well, it went to overtime. It was a 16-14. And it looks like Pigeons, they have just stepped on up today. Comey clicking on in towards Donut. 3 players on this side could be huge, but Veen, one of the greatest lurk players in the scene, if not the greatest. I might be doing her a huge disservice here. Letty swinging one out. Here's the utility. Good for one. And Zana swings one out for another. She's clean, she's cold, and she shut this down. And Veen's wondering, where the hell is the rest of my team? She wasn't able to find a pick elsewhere on B. And now she wanders lonely through this wasteland. And Nemiza has a bullet with her name on it, holding the line here. Veen, however, able to adjust in time, looks back. I think might just have spotted a pixel of Julie's. Now, that bomb, it's not looking particularly recoverable. Let's not kid ourselves here. Just trying to hold on to the weapon. That's not exactly the most comfortable location in which to do so. I mean, there are a lot of these forces are going to be over towards this A site. Just dipping back in, having a look. Only 30 seconds that she has to try weather the storm for now. Being held. Goes for the swing. 17 seconds. I was going to say, is she trying to go for us? Because there's really not enough time. Maybe just going for more kills. And Zana hears all the footsteps. And that is going to be Pigeons still held at arm's length. Luckily for them, though, a bunch of rounds in a row is going to net them a lot of money to fall back on. And we get to see Viku back on the AWP. I mean, she's had an absolutely lights-out game anyway. I mean, there are very few games we can point to where Viku hasn't just been stellar. But 21-9 right now is just incredible. Kobe, gonna fight the first. Gets away untraded, at least for now. Flash over the top from Tori. It's an amazing swing from the two of them in mid. 23 doubles down. Not only finding the equalizing pick, finding the advantage. Smoke clears in mid. They spot the player. Red Room. Zana's got to be careful here. Molotov forces her back. And her and Julie gonna head over towards that A site. Still trying to piece together where this bomb's even heading. Because now, with limited numbers, they're going to have to commit somewhere. Miza has to be oh so careful here. Those cats here. Called on over a teammate to help, and that's good because Julie's going to be needed for the trade. Sensing that with only a minute left on the clock, probably keeping this bomb over towards B, given how deep that cat was pushed. Zana clear through mid, not spotting anything. Again, all information they're piecing together. Julie, however, might be solely responsible. Having said that, backing away. Zana's so far away right now. There's the initial clear. There's so much utility as well. Pigeons absolutely rolling in it. 23's found the first, as we said. Zana miles away, has to run on over. There's smokes for this. There's mollies for this. I think they've heard the footsteps. Tori just going to sit and hold the smoke. And this feels unwinnable. Zana probably just wants to go out with a bang. There's nothing after this. There's no round after this. So you might as well try find a pick. See if you can make some magic happen. But Tori, absolutely not. Denies any hope that they would have. And Pigeons going to win this map on out 13-7. Taking their opponent's map pick and showing us that they are indomitable. Showing us that they are the force to be reckoned with still. We had some doubts about them at the end of last year. And they want to quell any sort of worry that we have about them. As we go onto their map pick next. Now, we are going to take a little bit of a break. It has been an absolute pleasure to cast this, but we got to save our energy because there's more of where that came from. So I will see you back here really shortly for map number 2. Zana is the darkness and the light. She's the opener and the closer, the rifler and the AWPer. And Zana is going to need to be their guardian angel once again in this map if they want to take this to a third, if they want to keep themselves in this upper bracket. Now, last map, she dropped a 2.0 rating. There were very few times you actually got to see her on the orb and unleashed. And I'm hoping that as we go on to this next map, which I do believe is Dust 2, that we're going to get to see even more of that magic. Now, Pigeon's absolutely incredible. We got to highlight Veen and her opening picks. She barely lost an opening duel the whole map and was consistently putting these numbers on the board, but just generally to sing the praises of the Pigeons teams, going 2 for 1 in almost every opening engagement did leave them with a huge advantage at the beginning of almost every round there. It wasn't without its merits there from Peekaboo, however. It was looking pretty good, and the fact they were able to keep up with so many rounds at the beginning despite the deficit of weapons, I think is really something to talk about here. To be honest with you, I'm kind of hoping that we don't see it go 7 rounds of force buys back and forth again. But it is a sign, it is a testament to the caliber of the team when they are able to go toe-to-toe with none other than Pigeons, when they have the weaker weaponry, when they're able to make some of these eco rounds work. So I'm very excited for this. I think we're just ironing out a couple of issues on Dust 2. Now, those of you that were here the other day, you might remember the error messages with the... we're just trying to make sure that we don't have any of that again, because watching the error message peak before the player was honestly quite a spectacle to behold. Now, I think coming into this map, Pigeons, huge advantage. Their map pick, we talked about how strong Viku is as an AWPer. This is a map that we have seen a lot of from Pigeons, and they have a very good track record on. I don't think there's a team in the women's circuit that they haven't beaten on this map. So it's definitely a daunting prospect if you're Peekaboo coming into this, a map down, going on to your opponent's home turf here. But as we said, Zana absolutely stand out, amazing ratings, and if they can get her on the AWP more often, I think that a map like Dust 2, they're really going to be able to use that. Now, I'm not usually a fan of using a player as a crutch necessarily and relying on that, but I think it will be enough to get them going, to be the catalyst for the rest of the team to drive on forward, and that she'll be able to set them up for these awesome plays and stop this early round deficit that I've talked so much about. But I am quite excited about this one. Dust 2 is not usually a map that you see me smiling about, but, you know, here we are. I believe that we should be heading in any second now. We've got all of the players in the lobby and ready to go. Now, last time that we saw this map, Dust 2 was listed as the decider. We didn't get to go to the third map. We talked about it a little bit. 16-14 map 1, 13-11 map 2. Almost, but not quite a map 3 affair. Now we're going to get to see that thrown into the equation. We get to see the decider map that never was during the qualifiers, and arguably with, I don't want to say more stakes because they were in the main event, and this is the upper bracket for them. They lose this, they drop down, and I believe they play versus, I want to say Hindsight, but I very well could be wrong. So I'm going to have a quick little look at this one. But they will have to drop down and play in the lower bracket. That's a little bit of a daunting prospect, to say the very least. So a win here would be ideal. Pigeons, I think this is just sort of business as usual for them, right? We talked about how shaky enter last year. This has been a really good run of form from them. They dropped very few maps in their qualifier. They came through the first qualifier. They dropped a single map to Bigger Keeper, and I think that was all they dropped in their whole run. I think losing a map to Bigger Keeper, no one's raising an eyebrow at that. They are an incredibly strong team. So we've not really seen them be volatile or weak yet within the women's circuit. So if Peekaboo can force their hand here, we saw it last time, they're mortal, they can bleed, but right now it would seem not to be the case. And we talked about it, we couldn't fix the error message for everyone. There's only one, and you've seen it now. We'll giggle about it for a little bit, and then it'll be over. The players can't see it, just to quell any doubts on that one. It's just a visual error, visual bug on our side. No integrity was ruined in the making of this series. Now, silently up through mid. Now, playing the extremities here. Letty pushed on up towards long doors is going to be incredibly necessary in the later parts of this round. But really, the opening duel comes down to Julie. Zana's here as a backup, but really trying to conceal her location. It's a beautiful headshot that comes on out onto Veen. Zana desperately trying to find a way to get out of here, but Letty's found her pick, and now they can divulge onto this site. Zana, Letty both fired. More Tori's the last player left alive, and as she tries to escape, players have already started to climb through mid. There will be no backing out, there will be no retreat, no surrender, and there will be no... I say there'll be no luck for you. Reloads just in time, but unfortunately not able to cock the gun to get Nemiza. Will get run on down there. Makes it at least a little bit costly. But no bomb plant and only 2 kills is going to raise some questions as to whether they even want to try anything in this round. I think you just let Peekaboo take this one. Take it on the chin. Get ready for round number 3 instead. Peekaboo having a little bit of a jump. Not going to see anybody just yet. Careful through mid. Bomb, however, all by itself over on Tori, on the other side of the map. Are they really doing a 4-person fake here? Because if they are, I'm really here for a little bit of chaos for some shenanigans, right? Letty, first up. Is traded out here by 23. Zana, they're just going to hold the fire. Ian picks up the A1S. That's called over all of the rotates, and that will give a completely empty site here for Tori. I think they've heard this, though. Hikomi said the footsteps not far enough away that it's fully been sold. Tori really needs to connect this shot. If she can take down this player, maybe, just maybe able to hold on here. Needs to hold on long enough for Veen to rotate on in. They know that she was this A player. You know that she got away, and you know that there is no time for her to make it on over. You post up Julie, you post up Nemiza, just in case, but you know that there's absolutely no chance that they're stopping that defuse. But Pigeons, that's exactly what they wanted to. That's the whole goal of this 4-person fake. The goal is just to get the bomb down. Just to get that sweet, sweet cash bonus. And it means that Viku can hop straight on that AWP round 3. That's what we said. It's going to be a battle of the AWPs, I think. And if Peekaboo can't get Zana on the AWP as often, limiting her, really putting a dampener on the potential. On over, gets to jump up onto catwalk. Julie, feel the fire at her feet for just a second. Retreats further back into the safety of sight. Actually, Pigeons, they've taken this mid control. They actually are just going to pull off, but they're going to head tunnels instead. Unfortunately, Julie's got other ideas. She wants to stop them retreating. One could say pigeonhole them into this A side execute. Flash over the top, it's beautiful. Zana has to fall back. Footsteps, able to recover vision in time, but all that means is she's got to lock eyes with Veen as she falls. Letty, so much weight on her shoulders right now. Good for one, dodging flashes. She's got no idea. She's had to leave her post down long. Nemiza, it's a superficial clear of tunnels. Tori tucked on in. It's a ratty angle, and it's absolutely perfect for the situation. Letty, still so worried about a player pushing doors here. Well, that would mean that only one player's on site, and it's not the case here. And I think she's settled on the conclusion. Finds Cat. Here's the footsteps running away. Player spotted from long. Tori still manages to find one. Now all 23 has to do is stall. Hikomi low. bomb even lower. There is a kit that's maybe a little bit of a worry, but Hikomi's not going to have time to use it. Nor will 23 let her have the health to do so. 23 unfortunately just dying to the outer edge of the bomb radius. But a more than comfortable death, knowing that they got the round on the board, taking that bonus. Now, Viku Orp brought back on up. Well, they're not going to be able to do that forever if the rounds keep being this close cut. Making a lot of noise here, but again, this is all just smoke and mirrors. It's flashy to distract you. Julie, keep on up there. Kat's gonna find her. 2 players spotted in towards B. That's gonna call Zana back on over through tunnels, and Kat's going to need to be ready for this fight. However, there's a little bit of a problem because that whole A site collapses, as well as Zana going down. Now just Namiza left. Kat pops on up, finds the pick, and beautifully done there. All that those A-site players had to do was make noise, but they go above and beyond the Call of Duty. They find so many picks. The bomb doesn't even need to rotate on over. They don't even need to use that as, oh, we got some map control, we can pivot off of it. They just win on kills. Lining up the AWP, tries to hit the flick, unfortunately unsuccessful in doing so. Zana, AWP of her own in hand now, not going to be lured into chasing the kill. Calling through tunnels, not heard anything yet. I like that they've got 2 players now posted up towards long here. So worried about this position. Not necessarily being given the whole world of reason to commit so much resource to it, but devastating to see that the moment Letty gets left is when she gets swung. But it's fine because she's dealt with it all by herself. 2-player advantage. We talked about this Pigeons. They were just winning the early rounds towards the end of that first map. Now, Peekaboo. Bit of a different tale. It's their turn to step on up. Zana good for 1. Tori's going to find Julie, but still fighting to claw this back to winnable. Tori ducking on down, spots ahead, finds the first player, adjusts, snaps down onto the second. Hikomi does find Kat, leaving just Tori left alive, but you've just witnessed what she's done to your teammates, so you are not underestimating her. Time to find a post-plant position as well. Worried about the smoke there. Spots both players. Fire at her feet, and they are just going to push closer and closer. This is going to have to be perfect. They're making this so uncomfortable for her to play. They are dictating where she has to move and play from, and exactly forcing the hand in the way they anticipated. And that means that Peekaboo take the lead 3-2. Now, everything Pigeons could want just to try get back on the board here. Stop Peekaboo really finding too much footing. We saw this last time, didn't we? We saw, Pigeons find a couple of rounds, Peekaboo get 1, but it wasn't consecutive. And that's where they really struggled towards the end, was putting rounds in succession. A win here would buy them that succession by 2, minimum maybe 3, given what next round would probably have in store. Hikomi, the first on up. Tori ducks underneath. Manages to get round the door. Tries to transfer to the second. Hikomi, however, will be traded on out. Over really close angle here from the Misa. Flash goes on through, it's a whole lot of damage. They've not been able to clear her out. Viku 23 both fine picks. Zana backside with the AWP. Can't quite land the shot. 23 will punish any small mistake that you make. Now just Letty, you know where she is. Molotov goes over, smoke at the doors, and I don't think this is even worth looking at. And you can see Letty falling back, just wants to keep the weapon safe for next round. Pigeons, we said, don't want to let Peekaboo build up any rounds, any bankroll. They want to keep this as punishing as possible. And they keep the AWP alive. They keep it on Viku. And they've had to rebuy this AWP a lot, mind you. There has been a lot of money down the drain to keep this sniper in hand. And as of yet, hasn't been the pivotal, round-defining piece of weaponry. But then again, they haven't needed it to be necessarily. They've been winning the round on out, so just having it on Viku is enough to put the fear in them. Peekaboo, one saved weapon, and they're going to put everything they have into trying to support it. Viku on the AWP, having a bit of a look. See the utility got thrown, can hear it, but nobody's going to show themselves. Veen lining up the Molotov to stop themselves being pushed from Catwalk. That's not going to stop them. They force themselves through the Molotov. Unfortunately, it's a little bit messy. 2 for 2 is way more expensive than Pigeons were hoping it would be. Really desperately reaching for a gun. Hand gets slapped away from the cookie jar. The Mize with the 5-7. Can't really get a good angle on this with the flames in her face. Cat's low here, though. It's a little bit of a worry. But she's got the long-range support. The aerial assist of the Viku. Hikomi isolates the fight with 23, actually fairly successfully. The Miser takes down Viku with the 5-7. Cat low, health gets it done. But now the weight of the world on her shoulders. She's got to continue the brilliance. And Hikomi knows exactly where she is. Both gonna fall back for now. Hikomi content that bomb still hasn't been retrieved right now. Fall back. If you can get to car, then that means that whether she goes and runs towards B or plants A, you've got an opportunity to punish. And with healthless, a single bullet just grazing by you is enough. Cat is going to have to be perfect here. Messy first spray. Still alive for now, though. Jump on down. 8 seconds. Has to just go for the kill here. And tucking on in. Tucking just about finds Hikomi's head. Hikomi hoped that she could hide this on out. Wait out the last couple of seconds. But Cat doesn't need health. Doesn't need teammates to clutch on up. Couldn't have given herself any less time to do it with there, though. That was down to the wire, but we'll take it. We'll take it, and Pigeons any round they can get, especially on this T side. Not a map that's particularly heavily weighted either which way. Viku not going to have that shot baited on out. I think just being toyed with here. Hikomi's back on over is ballsy. It's a little bit cheeky, but she gets away with it. Of Hikomi. Managing to find the first here. Going 2 for 1 on opening jewels. Weapons, they're going to have to try stop them recovering these. They've heard the AWP here. Might just try and overrun this, but with 23 finding that pick, it really kind of puts a halt to that plan. Copsadink immediately, Namiza spamming away, hoping to get Julie into a position to punish close range with the 5-7. Alas, both will fall. 3 remain. And it's a good round there from Pigeons. Able to get Zana the sniper rifle once more. Viku, shot rings out. No bodies. They've been making life as difficult as possible for Viku in this one. Cutting her off of angles, not giving her the fights. Only giving her mere pixels to work with. Zana waiting. elbow, I think, was spotted, and Zana, she's going to take a lot of damage, but it's through the wall, so she'll live to tell the tale. Very slow here from Pigeons. They've been making a little bit of noise in mid, but nothing beyond the normal. Long push has been slow. Letty has been very patient here. Will that patience be rewarded? Wow, in a second, she's going to tuck in even deeper. Flashes go on over, 2 over the top. She's fully blind, recovers vision just in time. Unfortunately, 23 is a bit faster. Zana needs to scope in for the second, caught out in the open, only good for 1. Still at a disadvantage. 3 versus 4. Hikomi. Heard some shuffling, seeing the cross. Cat gonna take her on down though. Notice there's another player there. That means there can only really be 1 maximum on site. Calls this over to her teammates out long. Who are gonna smoke it head on up and just try plant. And Cat's drawn so much attention away. Viku's entered the fray as well. Finds the first. Does get traded out. Julie doubling down for 2. But 23 tucked on in. They don't expect her in their spawn. And knife out. Completely unready for the fight. Pigeons secure themselves a 6th. Round number 10. And it means that Peekaboo, they are on an eco once more. I will reiterate, yes, it is an eco. Yes, this really should just be a Pigeons round win. No, it has not always been just a Pigeons round win. So that's why I'm holding out a little bit of copium for just this. Heavy pushing towards tunnels here. Hikomi's going to find the first. That's a weapon picked up. The fight isolated. Hoping that Letty can replicate the success her teammates have found elsewhere on the map. But unfortunately, Wayne mows down 2. Gives them the sight. Gives them back even numbers to work with. And it's only been 1 weapon they've been able to retrieve as of right now. Flash over the top. Tori. Oh, blind. Manages to duck into the smoke. Actually, as she peeks back out, still finds 1. That's going to be the early warning bells for the players remaining on site. Now, if you're Peekaboo, do you want to push this? Do you want to risk losing the AKs? They're going to see if they can try wiggle out a fight from either of these players. Time's getting incredibly low. Viku on the AWP being one of these players. Veen takes the first. Running on forward. Viku delivers. And maybe she hasn't been opening up the rounds in the way we're used to, but she sure as hell is closing them as we expect, with absolute dominance. And Pigeons now, no matter how these last 2 rounds go, leading as they will head onto their CT side. That's a wonderful advantage to have. Looks like Pigeons just straight execute over towards B. The unretakeable site, so much utility to make this an impenetrable fortress. The Miser caught on out by Viku, all to the face. Letty does manage to take down Veen, but unfortunately that construction player is not going to be watch your entry. That breach back onto site hinges on Tori. Elsewhere on the map, she's gone for a 1 to try whittle down the numbers as they rotate. She's not seen anything, but she can come through for this late round stab. Unfortunately, Zana spins around, a 6th sense, heard footsteps perhaps, takes down Tori. But that's not enough to get them back into this site. It's not enough to get them back into this map. Zana making it as expensive as she physically can. 23 desperately, frantically spamming away, trying to take this AWP out of the equation. But will end up caught. Collateral damage to their own objective. The bomb goes off and Zana will be allowed to hold on to the big green for a little bit longer. Last round of the half. Heavy out long, knowing that Letty's like to play here a lot, clearing out everything. I say that, there wasn't quite a look over towards Pit, but no one's there, so it's forgiven this time. Zada, long lines of sight, even with the smoke, enough to see to work with. Molotov flash come on over, disorientating, forces her on forward, but the issue is they're not ready for her when she comes swinging. Molotov gives her no safe space to hide. She's burning alive as Kat sprays her on down. Julie, Molotov lands at her feet, has to reposition, forces the fight with Viku. Viku will deliver. Hikomi, Namiza, what can you find here? Smoke fades. You see a peek out from the left. Unfortunately, though, it's going to be a bit of a game of whack-a-mole. But Hikomi finds both. Namiza delivers. And that is an empty sight. They managed to claw back an absolutely miraculous retake to put a fourth on the board, to give them every little advantage they can as they head into that second half, because they're going to need it. T-side, the economy is more forgiving, but innately this favours Pigeons. Their map, their CT side, and they are a well-oiled machine on CT side. Ooh, I was gonna say that I've never seen a graph before. Well, I mean, I've seen graphs before. It's not my first time ever seeing a graph. I feel like I should clarify that. First time seeing a graph pop up on the stream. Bean, oh, good flash. She's fully blind. This is the thing, though, distracting them all. Crosshair's not even wandering over to Viku. And between the two of them, they get it sorted and they call over the rest of them. They're throwing a party indoors. And Letty, unfortunately, you are not leaving here with any semblance of life left. Pigeons with a 9th. They find the pistol. They deny the bomb plant. They deny many kills as well, which makes this an uncomfortable round if you want to try and force Peekaboo. Even if they do, it's going to be maybe a Mach 10 on Letty at most, but the call to just sit this one out seems to have been made. Run it down with the pistols. If you can upgrade the weapons, great, amazing. But not relying on it, not depending on it. Viku straight up mid. When she doesn't have the AWP, that patience goes out the window. They line up for Kat. She doesn't even have to come off the trigger. 4 of them come her way, and they are mowed down in her wake. And now just Hikomi. She hasn't even left spawn. Viku is going to not clear this. I mean, why would you expect anyone sat here of all places? But Tori near enough by. There was nothing to take off of them, but that's just salt in the wounds, I'd add. And double digits for Pigeons. 3 away from a series win. 3 away from securing playoffs. Okay. Julie, amazing first pick, but unfortunately Blue rains down in the kill feed. Veen and Kat will deliver devastating blow after devastating blow, and it hardly even feels like a gun round. We've not heard a single bullet ring out from Peekaboo. It has just been absolute slaughter from Pigeons. And the Miser, an AK, what can you find? AWP's been spotted and you know exactly who's going to be wielding it, and that is a fate. Some would argue worse than death. Viku doesn't even need the AWP though, swings out with the sidearm, gets them the 11th, and that buy round gets shut down so fast. That buy round gets shut down faster than you could say buy round. Peekaboo. There's a couple of upgraded. They've all got a pistol that's been upgraded in some capacity, but everything's going to be riding on round number 16. Everything riding on trying to start that 8-round slog back into this series. Bean puts footsteps heard. Getting ready, swing out from Julie. Letty will trade, however. Tori pounces from above. Spray down, good for 2. Spins around, finds one more. Switches to the USP. EQUIPA will just keep clinging on, but living to die another day. Cat jumps on out, and Hikomi falls, and Pigeons find themselves with 8 opportunities to close this out. 8 rounds to deal the final blow to Peekaboo, to keep themselves up at the top, to show them that yes, they may have faltered at the end of last year, but this team is here, and it is here to kick ass. Everything now coming down to this round for Peekaboo. Zana on the AWP. Ready to go. Couple of players spotted. Viku AWP of her own. She wants to contest this, I think. Actually, it's double AWP. Veen has one as well. They take down Viku, probably wondering that's the AWP out the way. That's the AWP done. Bam! Just for Veen to hit you in the face. Now they're still at a player disadvantage here. Maybe a little bit bamboozled by the double AWP. This is kind of a new look for Pigeons, but I'm here for it. And now they've got to be oh so careful knowing the AWP's still in play. Creeping up catwalk. Smoke. Do they want to push it? Do they not? It's going to be fading in a second. Getting ready to go. As the smoke starts to clear. They've got a relatively empty site here. 23. Going to check long here. Here's the footsteps. Molotov on out. Quick clear, not going to spot anything. So all eyes back on towards site. Ian's tucked on in here. Awkward angle to make the AWP work with. Jumping on up, hoping to hit a clip here. Not able to connect any of the shots there. Letty rains down bullets from above. Of course, it's a headshot when the only thing you need to aim at is the head, because that's what you're staring down at. And Cat, last player left alive. Even with all of the money, it might just be worth saving. It's not worth giving them any more money. In case they start to mount a comeback, you just got to deny as much as you can. As we sit out the rest of the timer, Peekaboo. They've got 15 seconds to breathe. They've got 15 seconds to get ready for what comes next. Because as we said, 8 rounds. That's the first down. 7 to go. More than they've gotten in this map so far. More than they've got last series. That's what they need right now. Last map. They're sticking with this double AWP though. Is that a triple AWP? Surely this is just trolling. Surely this cannot be something they've actually got written down in the strat book. Bubble wasn't sat there like, guys, trust me, 3 AWPs, it'll work. If this is the round that wins it, I mean, they're all incredibly skilled players. 23's found one. They're probably so confused right now. Veen with an AWP last round and the double AWP with Vico as well. And at a loss for words, just generally. Letty falls. Veen posting up on the angle. One of the few players without one. Viku's got one. Zana trades bullets back and forth. Namaisa finds the equalizing pick there. 23 tucking her head on down. Tori's going to find another one. And the confusion must just continue. Cat's creeping on down through tunnels. The only rifle left in the round, and it's starting to ensnare them. The trap slowly shutting. The mouth of the fly trap closes in on them as the smoke fades. 23 gets the shot on through. Gonna cop a bullet from her own teammate, mind you. Namaisa pushes on forward. She's got no other option. Around the edge of the smoke though, and it's the AWP on 23 to close it on out. Turns out what's better than a Viku with an AWP? It's everyone else with an AWP as well. 13-5, a show of dominance. It's not just a win, it's a statement from Pigeons. Now, commiserations of course to Peekaboo. They have been fighting incredibly hard in the recent tournaments as well, and this is not the end of the line for them. They still have that lower bracket to go, but that doesn't make the road ahead any easier. That being said, long series, very high intensity. I think you guys, you're going to need to go grab some food. It's about dinner time for most of you, so go get some food. We'll be back in a little bit because we got a bit of a break before the next series, but we'll see you shortly for Big EQUIPA versus Let Her Cook.
So
welcome or welcome back, you wonderful people. We have got one more game tonight just for you guys. It is the other upper bracket final. Now, the way that this is working, we had 4 open qualifiers for JB Pro League Female number 1. The top 2 teams from each found themselves in this group stage playoff. Now there's Group A and Group B. Now we saw Group A earlier. Now we move on to Group B and their upper bracket final. Now, loser of this, there is still matches. There is still chance this is not do or die for them just yet. But a win here does just qualify them on to the playoffs. And that's exactly what they are aiming for. Now, big EQUIPA versus Let Her Cook. Let Her Cook, a team that I gotta make some clarifications on, because if you've been watching the past couple of days, I may have accidentally spread a little bit of misinformation. Now, the current lineup versus what we saw in the open qualifiers. In the open qualifiers, we saw a very different look from this team. We saw Goose Breeder playing. We even saw Anna, yes, ex-Imperial Valkyries Anna, stepping in for a match. But I have been informed that the lineup we see today with Jonana on the team instead of Goose Breeder is the final lineup, and they're the only substitute they have listed coming into this stage is Mana Shine. So a little bit of a different look from them than we saw in the open qualifiers. And for me, in my mind, that raises maybe a couple of questions whether we can fully trust what we saw. Not that I doubt that this team is going to be, incredible. We saw them play yesterday and have a really good results of victory versus confidence that maybe surprised a couple of people. But I think that what we're going to see coming out from them in the main stage here versus what we saw in the open qualifiers is going to vary a little bit, but that's just based on the fact they got a couple of different players on the roster. Now, Big EQUIPA, maybe you are joining us watching the women's team for the first time since the Season 8 finals. There's been a couple of roster changes on the team here. AIM and Socia have joined the fray. I'm incredibly excited about these roster moves. So they're going to be key players to be watching out for. Now, the last time these two teams played, yes, they were looking a little bit different. Their rosters weren't quite as they were. But the last 2 times that these cores battled it out was at ESL Impact Season 8. It was a 3-map affair. There was a 13-0 win there for Big EQUIPA, but they did let it slip to 3rd map. But I know a couple of people maybe have some worries this is going to go a 3rd map. Now, I personally believe that this realistically should be a 2-0, but we saw Let Her Cook the other day, and Big EQUIPA maybe struggle to close out the games as confidently as we would have wanted to see them do so. So it was Big EQUIPA that played confidence. We didn't see them play to quite the extent and close the series out as dominantly as I sort of came in expecting. So this may not be as cut and dry as we think it is. I think the series might get quite nitty, might get a little bit gritty as well. So get ready for this one. Let's take a quick look at the veto because I think the players are waiting for us and I have yapped long enough. Map number 1, Let Her Cook's pick of Mirage. No surprises there. It's been their staple. It has been the map that they've been playing the most, and actually they've been looking pretty damn good on it. Inferno coming up from Big EQUIPA. Now this is an interesting one. A lot of teams have been banning this out. Big EQUIPA haven't been too eager necessarily to pick into it. We saw them play it versus Nexus in, I believe it was CCT the other day. By the other day, I think it was yesterday. They did get 5 rounds against Nexus, and I think that is to be commended. But not many teams have been letting them play Inferno, so this is going to be a new one for within the women's scene. This is the first time we're seeing this lineup play against another FE team on this map. Overpass ban, Anubis ban, and Dust 2 is this decider. Honestly, there are worse vetoes here. I think realistically this leans in Big EQUIPA's favour, but I think just generally everything's kind of leaning in their favour at the moment. They're one of those top 2 teams, them and Pigeons being the 2 to beat here. But I don't think this is a bad veto for Let Her Cook at all. That Inferno definitely raises some questions for me, but the other maps, I am more than expecting this to be a series that goes the distance here. I think that getting that Mirage under their belt is going to be imperative for Let Her Cook. I think if they lose Mirage and they head into Inferno and map down, that's going to be where we start to worry. The 2-0 is going to creep on in. If they can take their own map pick, I have no doubt that this goes 3. We'll have to see. We'll have to find out. But yeah, this is quite an exciting one. Big EQUIPA, it's been really good to see them. They've been playing in a lot of external tournaments as well. I think that there's going to be a lot that they have learned from that, and we could talk a bit about the conversation where they haven't necessarily had great results. It's kind of been single-figure score lines versus these teams, but it's the experience that matters. And if you talk to, the Imperial Valkyries players who had their stints playing, the qualifiers for IM Katowice last year as well, for instance, PHL Cluj-Napoca, I think it was, they also played in the qualifiers for. I think they will tell you, and you've heard them say it in interviews, that the experience and just being able to play in these competitions is more invaluable than words will ever do justice to. So I'm hoping that we see a really, really invigorated big EQUIPA that's been challenged, has been tested, and is rising to the occasion like never before, coming on out in the server. We're just waiting for, I think, a couple more players to ready on up, and then we will be ready to head into Mirage. Oh! I say that, looks like they heard me yapping, looks like they are ready to go. And into the first pistol round we go. Now to set the stage here, Let Her Cook have been genuinely impressive with the number of pistol rounds they won. Usually you expect a team to have around about a 50% pistol win rate. Let Her Cook had crazy pistol stats, last year. They've come into this and they're winning basically every pistol round we see from them, which is a really good way to kick off this map. Stop big EQUIPA getting too far ahead of themselves before they can even get out the gate. Molotov at Astra's feet. That's an expensive piece of utility chucked on down. Jonana, it's a clinical headshot onto Hanka. Vilga tapping away, trying to find a bit of luck for herself. Takes down aim, and suddenly this A side's weak. There's not really many people to close up this gap. But unfortunately, as they push onto the A side, the two players here, Socia, Astra, they hold on for dear life. Emsan's picked up the gap there, knows that there's a bit of a hole in the information in mid where two of her teammates have fallen. And Spike desperately trying to find just one more pick. Big EQUIPA say, no, yes, we understand your pistol rounds are good, but ours are better. Ours have been drilled against harder opponents for longer hours. Let Her Cook, though, something that I said a lot about yesterday, this is a team with so much veteran experience, right? This is a team, Vilga, who has been one of the most iconic people within the women's scene since its inception almost, for at least longer than I've been involved. She is a queen. Jenny R has been on so many of these incredible teams on big EQUIPA for a while. I say for a while, for quite a while. Spike been on teams that have made runs to land that no one expected coming. So a team you can never truly count on out here. But Emsan, the anchor to beat all anchors, holds on. And actually just needs to get the job done solo. Has teammates nearby if she wants them. But she doesn't. It's a 4-piece to clean this one on up. No fancy eco round shenanigans for you. Now weapons in hand here. Bonus round for big EQUIPA. FAMAS and MP9 still kicking around. Let's go over the top, knowing that, you don't really want to give Let Her Cook too much space in mid. We talked about this in previous games. They're a team that, puts a lot of emphasis on this mid presence on both sides of the equation, really, but their T side, it's been looking particularly preferential. Goes deep. Astra's not going to spot anybody just yet, but just holding on. Aim, smoke lets loose. Molotov as well, knowing that that's probably not going to hold them off. Hanka trying to duck under. Vilga is going to find, luckily, Aim's got two, and Emsan's found the player in apartments. Jonana trying to pick up the pieces, equalizes the number of players left in the server. Footsteps heard running away. Astra Molotov so that she cannot be chased. That's immediately going to send Astra back round to CT. Lovely flash there. Let's Jonana post up on the angle. They do still have to plant the bomb, though.
Bomb has been planted.
Astra walking on round. Paulie Lovely little jump on up here. Long range support from Jonana, but the issue is both players on Big EQUIPA have found their marks. AKs to be scooped on up. Retrieved a trophy for the bonus round. Defuse. Loads of time. All the time in the world for it. Big EQUIPA find themselves a third. Stop Let Her Cook getting on the board early, and they've been keeping it pretty clean, all things considered. Considering that was the first gun round, they were on a bonus, only having, 3 weapons dropped. Could be a lot worse. And what that means as well, picked up weapons. Some people are still going to have to buy. That gives Astra the opportunity to go, you know what? Have a present. Have an AK, my treat. And that gives her the opportunity to get on that AWP early. And she has been amazing. Big EQUIPA used to have Viku on that AWP. Viku, of course, now on Pigeons. Astra stepping back into the role. And there's been nothing short of incredible. Emsan flashed on off. They're chasing her down, knowing that if they can isolate her, they might have an opportunity. The issue is going to be Aim's near enough by to come and help, even if she doesn't need it. And Emsan refuses to fold. 0 deaths to her name so far. Wants to keep that up. Vilga's found 1. Smoke to go out for connector. The issue is going to be that bomb is dropped uncomfortably just outside apartments, and Astra's lined up on the angle. So you're going to be the only player that goes down here. And honestly, they're not even phased by it. It's a little bit of a rebuy. It's 1 weapon they have to rebuy. But that does mean for the rest of the players, money is going to start building up. Even with bits of utility left at the end, it's all just going to be tallies on the chart. Let Her Cook, though, Jonana's on the AWP, and actually severely underrated. I think maybe my bad for underestimating her coming into the series yesterday. She's been really good, and she has given some of the best AWPers a run for their damn money. Case in point, I mean, it's not against the AWPer, but a shot like that onto aim is one hell of a way to open up. And now they're not going to push their luck further. Knowing that mid is an area that they often don't just leave one player on, and if the AWP's in play, it's likely hanging around somewhere. Now, if it's on Astra, gonna see it more often than not on Catwalk if it's towards mid. So actually, they're just going to shimmy on down. Hanka's managed to find 1 in the underpass. Oh, Vilga wanting to trade, though. Can't quite find the kill. Hanka gets 1. She's not expecting the Jonana swing, though, but she's more than content with this. 3 versus 3, and she can call this over to Emsan that they're coming her way. Good for the first. The trades come on through, and the trades have been good. Oh, Astra can't connect the shot, and now it's all reliant on Sosia. You know, she's that A player. Runs on through the fire. So much damage taken. HE hoping that they're soft enough that Paulie will be taken down by it, but no, Paulie still clinging on, 32 health. Has to jump on through this window. It's perilous, it's treacherous, clearing out all of these angles. So worried about bench. She's got no utility she can really use right now. Spike swings on out and finds them the first. And it's a really nice adaptation. It's Jonana on the AWP being the impact that we want to see. The opening pick that goes unanswered. And that means that every trade subsequently just keeps digging the heels into the round. Big EQUIPA, as we said, though, plenty of money means they can buy back instantly. Astra's back on the AWP without having to miss a single beat. Quietly through apartments. They go through Palace. Flash wears off. Sosia catches the first, still rubbing their eyes clear of the blindness. And it comes toppling down a little bit, peeking 1 by 1. Big EQUIPA. It's a really nice ironclad sight hold. And you know the last player left is Jonana. You know that AWP got saved across, so everyone just going to tuck on in. Surely no one going to give her the fight, except maybe for Astra. A sniper of her own to train on the angle. And they have no reason to push this. Yes, the bomb hasn't been dropped at all yet. Astra, flick on up, not going to connect, but it's going to alert her teammates. Jonana, so many people to watch for. And Sosia sends the HE over the top. No, she's low. Blows her to smithereens as we enter the 7th round. Now, a couple of players here are going to have to make some concessions on the buy, and I think they might just choose to kind of eco on this one. Not fully. Tech 9's Desert Eagles, the likes, a little bit of utility. Ooh, Jonana's invested heavily here. Well, that's going to mean there's either a teammate or... A teammate's going to have to drop her if she wants the AWP, or she's going to have to get a crazy string of kills here. Jonana just missing M-San, spraying onto AIM. Unfortunately, M-San's going to take a second to trade. Knows there's another player here. Unfortunately, swings out to try to deal with Paulie. Paulie's ready for the fight, knowing that this is a team with a knee-jerk reaction to taking a player down. They want to trade, they want to pounce on opportunity. That does mean the opportunity slips through their fingers as let her cook player advantage. Weapon still in their hands, but they've not been able to recover much more than that. A little bit of a limiting factor. Vilga's head spotted as she ducks on out. Jenny, our lovely pick onto Hanker. Her body goes flying into the air. 3 versus 2, Astra. Just holding on. Knows they still need to plant. So knows that pushing this, not yet a problem. It's no timer that they have to worry about yet. Here's the hops on out. Here's the jumps on through. And unfortunately, they've already moved away far enough that they don't hear any of this. Bomb goes down.
Bomb has been planted.
Got a repost up here. So I see her jumping through ladder room quietly. Now, she's not going to meet any resistance here. And actually, no one's really watching for her mid. Less people are going to be watching now that Astra's made a little bit of noise. This is a really awkward angle. So tucked in here from Paulie that you really don't want to risk it. Going to drop a smoke and just hope that that's enough of a turret that she's allowed to get away with the AWP. We'll go chasing this down. Oh, missed shot. Jenny R. Long range from Catwalk. Snipes her cross map. And let her cook find a second. Now, money good enough that they'll be able to get another buy out of this, but that's gonna be about it. That is the reserves running dry. Okay, Jonana, open hands. That's what we've said, has been cracking open a lot of these rounds here. Issue is Astra AWP of her own, this time posted on up. Now usually, this is M-San's home turf. What this means though, M-San's still hanging around on B. She is tethered to B. M-San is not allowed to leave B until the bomb goes down on A. I believe that was literally written in the contract. Don't quote me on that one. This time Astra there, which frees up AIM to be a little bit nosy in mid, but she's not spotted anything. She's not heard anything. The issue is Jonana's there. She's just managed to tuck on in completely unnoticed. That AWP gonna really punish if they try get over to this B site through mid. I say that actually, AIM. Maybe she heard something. Maybe she saw the cross earlier in the round and has just been waiting this one out. AWP goes down. Astra in position. Going to spot them crossing. Not going to go for the repeat. Just going to wait for them to drop on out. M-San gets 2. Switches to the sidearm. And she's got backup plans, right? But M-San hasn't even needed them. Single-handedly dispatching of player after player. Now, we'll caveat this a little bit by saying a lot of the time it has been a peak 1 by 1, but that does not diminish how much of the heavy lifting she's been doing. B-side anchor, we make jokes about how they have quiet games a lot of the time. No, not for M-San, not this match. Let her cook have been abusing this B-side and have actually been abused in response by M-San's almost flawless performance. Paulie's carving a path for herself here, but the issue is there's no way that she expects Socia there. Knows the round's over, but even saving's not allowed, and the push all the way around the world works out beautifully. Big keeper. Back and forth with the rounds here. it's not going to be the worst case situation for Let Her Cook nor for their money. You're hoping for minimum 4, preferably and realistically 5 here. Bigger keeper. Already equal at the half. That's their job. Bare minimum done. Now is everything else they can find. It's sprinkles on top of the sundae. It's a cherry. It's chocolate sauce. They're just decorating it at this point with more rounds. Aim, push on towards catwalk. Smoke comes out. Knows that they've been particularly aggressive in underpass here, so it's just getting ready for the pop on up. Hanka hears the shots, and that's only confirmation of their suspicions. Smoke goes on out. Molotov is going to be burning them, forces them out, and unfortunately they are ready for it. Ames managed to take down Hanka with the Molotov, and Paulie and Jenny both finding picks. Has now left us in a 2 versus 2. Crossfire here if they choose to jump up into window, but they don't. Slipping back through underpass. And Astra, she made a call, she's made a read. She thinks maybe heading over towards A here. So it is going to come down to M Sam, but we talked about it. B is her territory. It is her turf. Not heard anything at all underpass, not heard anything mid, not a footstep. Not a reload, nothing. So she goes back towards B. She spots the first player, spots the second, gonna tuck on in here. Has to just buy time. She doesn't just buy time. She buys them the round. 7 and 2. 5 round leads and looking to build further and further upon it. Now, gonna be a little bit of a save here from Let Her Cook. Not a complete save. Sort of a non-committal save, you know, a couple of Tech 9s. They've got the money for it. Treat yourself. Looking for something pacey, something to overrun the AWP here. Astra can't connect the first shot. That's going to give them the route on in, but Socia uncleared. Finds 2, tries to hit the third with the spray. Hanka's going to step on in, but is instantly traded. However, enough done early round. However, again, they have managed to bring this down to a 2 versus 2. Health bars very low, though. That's going to be a little bit of an issue, especially with AIM trying to spam through the smoke. She spotted the cross as she was reloading. That gets punished. Now Jenny R, last player left alive. Now she's not usually the AWP for this team. She has been previously, but unfortunately not allowed to keep this AWP. Scooped on back up for Astra next round. A bigger keeper. This is a little bit of a theme. Is whilst we can't fault them, they are winning. They're winning pretty dominantly right now. There's been a lot of these rounds, especially against the ecos, where it's looked really good, it's looked really good, it's looked really good. You blink and suddenly 3 people are dead. And considering they've only lost 2 rounds, there's a lot of players with quite a few deaths on them. But alas, they're winning rounds. That's the important factor. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter how many deaths you have if you're winning 8-2 with the opportunity to do more. And we said for Let Her Cook, we're not sure how they're going to fare versus Bigger Keeper on Inferno. This really felt like they had to take their own map pick. It feels like it's starting to get a little bit slippery. Again through underpass. Hanka knows they've been jumping up windows, so he's just going to sit back, wait in case they do. Cleared on out. A little bit of spam as the smoke fades. Jenny R's not seen anything. Astra just waiting, holding for ramp here. Smoke goes on out. Connector smoke fades now. Immediately peeks in for a world of trouble. Aim. The run into Ladderum's going to catch Vilga, and they can start to piece together bits of the puzzle from this. Spike still hanging around in Connector. Emsan's gotten aggressive. It's been way too quiet on B. The swing on out, Jenny R. It's flashy, it's fast, and it's round the corner. Finds them the first in the round, and it finds them a foothold into the side. Socia deals with Spike. That's the catwalk player, and now that means Aim has one less thing to worry about. Chucks the Molotov on down just in case. And actually, a beautiful call given. Jonana was having a little bit of a look in that direction. And I'm pretty confident in where this is going to end. It's going to be B. It's always going to be B. Jonana finds the first. The drops on down. Hanker swings good for one. Has to be so careful as player. Here's Jenny R around the corner. Can't find the killing below. Two remaining players in market held away by the fire. Bomb does go down, but it's immediately punished. And Astra with the no-scope as well. It is quick, and it is swift retribution. Bigger Keeper put the 9th on the board in style. And Let Her Cook probably getting a little bit worried at this point. Now, yes, it's a CT-sided map, but not quite this CT-sided. And when Bigger Keeper start feeling it, when they start getting this momentum, they are hard to stop. Ooh, Jonana, lovely flash from Spike, straight away onto Catwalk. And they don't look like they're slowing down. Emsan is going to spot the first player crossing, but there's too many players. She's swarmed, she's overwhelmed, relies on Aim to try and put together some sort of a defense whilst the remaining teammates hurry on over. And not only does the bomb only just go down, 2 players taken down by Hanker, brings this down to a 1 versus 1. Socia, you know that she's the A player. She's rotated in from market almost every time. So as the smoke fades, that's where it's going to be. Really awkward fight to get back into. She does have a kit. Time starting to get low, though. Needs to find this pretty cleanly, and so she's got so many angles to clear on now. Footsteps going to be heard. Spots out Jenny R, but Jenny R just clutches on up at the end to buy Let Her Cook the 3rd. And it is not a whole lot of hope, but it is the ray. It is just that little glimmer that they need. And we talked about the pistol rounds. Now would be the perfect opportunity to back up my point here. Now would be the perfect opportunity to get a pistol round. Prove to the world and get yourselves in a position that Bigger Keeper don't have an easy run at map point. Towards mid. We talked about it. Let Her Cook. Big players in mid. Jonana gets one. Aim. Gonna cop a dink. Oh, here's the rotate. Baited on in. So tunnel visioned on the fight at hand. The Pooley's able to swoop in and find the pick to give them the advantage. Jenny R not gonna fully clear underpass there. Still player hanging around, and possibility for Hanker to make that be a bit of a punishing moment, but going back to re-clear it here as well. Finds the first, but instantly traded. 1 for 1 isn't going to help when you're 2 players down, and just Emsan left. Vilga, she's clean as ever. Finds a 3rd, finds them the pistol round, and we said they needed it. There it is, delivered on a silver platter. Bigger Keeper, no bomb plant. Limited on the kills, and what does that mean? Probably not going to force into this. I wouldn't be surprised, I was going to say, if we see a little bit of utility from Astra. Smoke and a flash. Gives them the opportunity, I'm assuming, smoke of CT and yep, flash to try to get them through Palace. Unfortunately, Jenny R's copped the plan. Vilga and Jenny R will just demolish. Astra's managed to get fairly far onto site, but nowhere near far enough, and it is a flawless anti-eco there from Let Her Cook. They dispatch of the pistols as if they were nothing. What are utility missing here from Bigger Keeper? Which is going to be a little bit of a worry. If Let Her Cook can stall out the early round here, if they can stop them getting onto a site with some deep util, buy themselves time, could be a bit of a problem. Paulie's getting aggressive here. She's not going to spawn anything. Now it's this push and pull, right? One side going to push, and because they're sitting so far back on A, want some sort of information on B that's a little bit more proactive. Just to piece together the beginning bits of the puzzle. You know, find the corner edges of the puzzle to work with. They've not heard anything B. They've heard a lot of smokes coming out mid. Jenny R wants to do something about that. Molotov in towards ladder room. I'm going to duck into the smoke here. Just managed to get away here. That's a little bit of a cheeky one. Lucky to be alive. You can see her scurrying, but Hanker first to fall. Astra trades on out the kill. Msan's got a bit of a window. Spike's just not going to give them the fight just yet, though. Waiting to hear them drop down. Has the backup of Jenny R as they can swing together. Hoping the Bigger Keeper, they can punish them on the extension, the expansion beyond the site as they set up the post plant. Looking through the murder hole, Jordana's going to spot a lot. She's going to see a lot, do a lot of damage. It's not going to be a kill, though. She's going to try a walk through suicide, and they don't call it that for no reason. Msan calling on up. Ooh, spotted a shadow, spotted something, deals with Spike. I think she saw the crosshair as well, and it's going to call Socia in to help. Aerial support, the strike comes on down. Just Paulie left. No kit, no chance, no teammate. And this is a done deal.
Terrorists win.
Ooh. I mean, not even allowed to save the weapon. That's a little bit brutal. Not that it's going to matter too much. There'll be a buy in this round either way. Jonana on the orb. Now, first time we're seeing it on this defense side. She was really good with it. We talked about it. She was opening up a lot of rounds. And it was the reason that they got, you know, some of the rounds they did in that first half, albeit not many, but off the back of some nice opening picks and off of the power she commands, the space she takes with that weapon in hand. Ebsad, as we said, contractually obliged to be somewhere near B. Going to try clear out some space in apartments. This is what Bigger Keeper do. They poke, they wait, they find the armors, the cracks in your defense, and they exploit it. And once they've dug their thumbs on in, they rip apart your CT holds. Msan smoking her face, still gonna let the Molotov off. HE to part, seeing if she can find anything. Knows that somebody had to have thrown that smoke. Hanker's got one, Aim's got one, but they're both with trades coming on through. However, player advantage, early pick from Socia is doing absolute wonders. Aim's gonna find the first of the last two players, and just Vilga left. Now, we have seen her pull off many a clutch in her career. This one, it feels like a lot to ask. And Bigger Keeper, they've got so much utility they can stall out here. Molotov smokes the whole 9 yards just to keep Vilga from having a look. Now, it's going to be Astra that's taking this initial fight. Great swing spots, nobody in connector. Ooh, Astra's ducked on in. Vilga's actually managed to get pretty far here. Oh, the player in ramp just spotted by Socia. Or was she? I don't think she was there because Aim's not even looking, has grabbed the orb. Oh, and might not even be able to punish. Trying desperately to remove the orb from Aim's hands and will be unsuccessful. She'll be lucky that she keeps the A1S. And that's Bigger Keeper finding themselves on 11. Right. We know what to buy here. Okay, another thing. The Jonana Zeus. Jonana keeps buying Zeuses. I haven't seen it find a kill so far this year, but it might have done and I might have forgotten about it. But we haven't seen it on stream yet, I don't think. unfortunately for her, I don't think this is going to be the round where it's going to find somebody with a heavy beating. Now, she doesn't know this. We have the wonderful benefit of X-ray name tags and a mini-map that shows where all 10 players are, not just the 5 on our team. But yeah, that Zeus is, I mean, nothing but a little bit of dead weight, I fear. Ooh, aim. Didn't see Jenny R's head either, though. Hank has found the first. Aim in a lovely position that if that window peek comes on through, Jenny R trying to just get an idea as to what's going on in mid. Aim looking the wrong way at the split second. And the peek comes on through. On Mercy. San just dancing on the angle here. Paulie not willing to show any information. Going back onto side there. Molotov for bench as well. She's still got a little bit of a pocket of air. She's weathered the storm. The hail of flashes here. She's been run on down by San, however. Holds down the trigger. The spray a little bit messy and won't find anything more. But it's the weapons that are too far away for Let Her Cook to find them. And Hanko Socia, they descend from apartments. Pick up 2 more. Jonana dancing, ducking, weaving, trying to avoid the HEs. Draw out as much util. One player spotted, and oh, she hears somebody here. Is she going to go for the Zeus? No, actually, had no idea that aim was coming. And now aim has a Zeus. I fear maybe one of the players that might be mischievous enough to use it, but alas, I don't think he'll be in this round. Now, bigger keeper. They have got so much opportunity here. Map point on their opponent's map pick. Now, the only thing I will say is we've got to bear in mind, sometimes bigger keeper, they struggle a little bit in the second half. Even when, especially when I should say, when they have these big leads, sometimes it gets drawn on out. They want to just close this one on out. Yesterday's games, they went on a little bit longer than they were maybe expecting. Today, they want it clean, they want it cold, and they want it clinical. Orb from Astra finds Jonana. Huge piece off the board there. Socia so quiet. Now, Jenny knows that Socia likes to play in this apartment. Socia, a little bit of a habitual player of the palace. Spike, flash on through. It's amazing, but it's only good for one because aim's near enough by to trade. Beautiful setup there from bigger keeper. Leave nobody alone. Leave nobody without revenge soon to be dished out. Jenny R on the corner. Ooh, gonna spot aim on out. Knew she was there. HE for Palace as well. Throwing that one on in. That one's not actually gonna hurt anywhere near as much as it should have. Socia should have way less health than she does. That landed at her feet. Unfortunately, though, Paulie already wrapping on round. Going to spot the first player. Takes down aim. Socia walks on in, spamming through the boxes. Both players alive for now, but taking a lot of damage. Molotov hoping it'll spread. Hoping that it will burn her to a crisp before she can escape. And there's no smoke to get her out of it. It doesn't spread, however. Socia going to be the one burning now. Vilgra amazing Molotov. They cross each other in the smoke, though. And Hanka's going to hear this. Hanka finds the first. Last player backside. Knows where Paulie is. The spray down finds it. Bigger keeper. No closing syndrome today. Today they are doing it 13-5. Today they are doing it as quickly as humanly possible. And this is the bigger keeper that we have all come to know, that we have all come to fear. And that was their opponent's map pick. Things really starting to come together for this team. However, Inferno up next. I'm looking forward to this. I haven't had a chance to watch this from them just yet. And I think many of these other teams haven't had a chance to either. We are going to be watching absolute chaos descend in the server. But we're going to head to a little bit of a break first. Catch a breath. And I will see you guys very shortly for Inferno. Hey, you there, do you like CS? Well, you are in luck because we have one, potentially two more maps of Counter-Strike lined up just for you guys. Now, map number one, maybe a little bit of a one-sided affair there. Bigger Keeper stealing away Let Her Cook's map pick. Now, my worry is we head onto Inferno, a map that Bigger Keeper have shown that they're happy to play. They picked it against teams like Nexus in CCT. We've seen them wanting to play it before, and they've got a couple of reps on it, and it's been looking fairly good for them. However, Let Her Cook, we have seen them play it twice in the past year. Now, one time was during Open Qualifier number 2 versus Hindsight, where it was a 13-16 loss, so a loss in overtime, but taking it to overtime nonetheless. Unfortunately, the last time that we saw that was a while ago. It was about 6 months ago, I want to say, and we have seen them play it once in an official in the past 12 months. That worries me a little bit. Now, we have said it's a little bit of a different look from the team, right? Some members have changed. Vilga's come on from NIP. There's been all sort of roster shenanigans, right? But that doesn't alleviate my fear that the core of this team did not play Inferno and now has to win Inferno against one of the best, if not the current best team in the women's scene. A little bit of an uphill battle. I don't want to say Herculean task, but it does feel like we are bordering to that territory. But I am happy to stand corrected. I'd love to see Let Her Cook come out swinging here. Now, we talked a lot about the pistols. Traditionally, historically, statistically, very good on the pistols, right? However, Inferno seems to be the exception to that rule from what we see. If you go back, if you look at HLTV, 0% win rate on the pistols. Now, I'll also be curious to see. Let Her Cook, incredibly CT-sided team on this map when last they played it. Now, they get to choose which side they start on. And actually, yep, choosing to start on the CT side. I've seen a couple of teams leaning towards that T side recently. In fact, we've seen Bigger Keeper, actually, a team that likes to choose, CT Anubis start. But no, starting off with their, by far, much stronger side. And if this is not an incredible start, I do fear how quickly this series might end, but I am catastrophizing. We got to get through the pistol first, set the tempo. Jonana has spotted out the first, goes 1 for 1 on the picks. That, however, does innately favour the T side. Smokes come on out. Paulie's going to tuck one in. It's a lovely flashback. It's an even better second flash. Paulie still finds one, however. They managed to clear out neither of the players. They're good flashes, but it all falls flat. Astra spotted one. Ducking, weaving, needs to find a bit more. Emsan really needed that pick. And Astra left with a huge task on her hands. Bomb has been dropped. 3 players on site. Not quite sure where she's going to come from, but there's realistically 2 options. Takes down Paulie, now the 2 remaining players on site. Hoping that they're going to push her. They're just going to sit still for now. All eyes focused on short. Astra finds the first, isolates the first fight. Now Spike up on top of the box. Has been spotted dancing with the angle. Just about wins on out the fight. And it's a close one. I mean, left on 1 health. Kind of close there. But wins it on out. And that's going to be Let Her Cook. We said need a pistol round. Traditionally very good on the pistol rounds. Not usually on this map. But there is time for that to change. And they have started making their mark already. Now, Let Her Cook. Lovely buy here, Bigger Keeper, no bomb plant, limited kills means that they are going to be unable to buy much into this round, so just getting the pistols. Lovely HE on in there. Heavy banana control, Jonana spotted a player up on bridge. Piecing this together, Vilga's not heard anything, is just going to continue throwing up into utility. Jonana finds aim. And that was the little bit of presence elsewhere on the map that was maybe going to be a pivot point Vilga, good only for one, is traded out instantly. That does mean an SMG ends up in Hanka's hands, and she is incredibly good with them. Jenny R. Cops a bullet to the head, but look at this. Jonana, the flank immediately. Oh, they just about took round the corner in time. Unfortunately, they feel forced into the fight, knowing that both sides lead to doom, and end up getting pounced on. The hydraulic press of the Let Her Cook defense closes down on them. But again, just the eco. Now they have guns on their hands. In their hands. On their hands. 6 to 1/2 dozen of the other. And Let Her Cook. Bonus round would be a really nice one to find. We said an incredibly CT-sided team on this map. The stats paint a little bit of a one-sided picture. Aim charging up mid here. Just holding the space. Probably a little bit uncomfortable, no eyes in the apartment. To give her the all clear. And we can see Vilga, lone B defender, under heavy fire here. Doing a good job, but just keeping them back. A bit of spare util, goes back to pick it on up. Aim, oh, they know that she's there, hoping it doesn't spread. Tuck it on in, good for one. Emsan's found another. Paulie, ooh, did they spot her? Emsan's managed to cross up top there, below HP. Paulie in the SMG will eat that up every day. Bring this back to only a one-player disadvantage. And Paulie, they know that she took down Emsan, so Molly goes on in to stop her. But Jonana already here, and the timings for Let Her Cook on closing the gap, on always being closer than Bigger Keeper expect, have been really difficult to deal with. Paulie, next up, saturate just that point there. Jump on in towards Pit. Spraying away. Ooh, Hanka's got one, does get traded out instantly. Jonana manages to find Astra backside. Paulie finding Socia. They just clear on out, each winning their individual duels. And Bigger Keeper, a team we highlight, we praise for their trade spacing. This time, it just falls flat. Let Her Cook take the bonus.
Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win.
Really good start from Let Her Cook. And we said they need a good start into this. And we've been presented just that. Bigger Keeper, just back on Tech 9s. They're good on them. Hanker on the Tech 9, again, I'll say it, maybe you're new here, maybe this is your first time watching Bigger Keeper. Hanker on the Tech 9 is scary. And gets scarier than Hanker on the AK sometimes, because she is just unleashed. Fortunately, Socia burns for crisp. Hanker taken down through the smoke, so no chance to show the world what we mean. But the rest of the team, Emsan, Aim, they've managed to take the space. They managed to get onto the side there. Doing this on out, Flash goes on in, clearing through Church. The high-low here needs to hold true, finds the first. Jonana, however, mows down two. Emsan, last player remaining, tucks on round the corner, using the Tech 9 instead. Unfortunately, though, Spike does not want to let this go, chases her on down and puts a fourth on the board.
Terrorists win.
Not bad, though, for an eco. You kill 4 players, you get the bomb planted. I'd argue, very successful, actually, given what they walked into that round with. Jonana, orb on out. Astra, mirroring just that. And we will see a little bit of a tussle here. From Astra, hoping to lead the charge towards Banana. Now, they've been letting Vilga just chuck the util on in here. They've been giving her a lot of respect. This round is a bit of a tempo switch. Now, still very much having to respect the fire here, but throwing a little bit more of their own. She's going to retreat there. Smoke goes in for CT, gives them an empty site. Nana silently creeping into church here. So yeah, planting the bomb. He's gonna set up post plants. Oh, burning alive, just about manages to get the plant and gets away. Spike's already taken down aim, slowly starting to dismantle this. Players pushing on out here. Now I like the hold here in Banana. It will shut down not one but two players potentially. Paulie and Jenny are heading this way, and as long as attentions don't get distracted, as long as these remaining players on site can hold on, these Banana players will be dealt with. Socia, the spray down, gets two. Spike's found one, but now Jenny are left alone. Doesn't want to face the wrath of the dynamic duo. And Big EQUIPA, first round of the map on the board. Getting onto site. They know that it was just Vilga there, and if Cook continued to leave just Vilga there, the early round utility, it's going to be a little bit of a difficult one. 5 players chucking util down at Vilga is not particularly a fair fight. So if they can exploit that, if they can go for something pacey again, lock them out of this B site, the retake is notoriously difficult. Here. Knows that M-San's been pushing this angle and says, come on, I dare you, I dare you. Has backup here as well. Doesn't need it though. Paulie finds M-San. Good flash from aim. Wants to find the second as well, but over eager, overextends. 2 for 1 and let her cook her in the lead once more. Utility starting to get a little bit low for Let Her Cook though. They've not got a lot to work with to hold them off of sight. And with a minute left on the clock, that's a bit of a worry. The bigger worry is then retaking. Unless they've got a secret stash in spawn, 2 flashes is all that remains for the rest of this round. Big EQUIPA though, they've been frugal with their utility, I say. And that means they've got a fair bit left for the execute, a fair bit left for the post plant, a Molotov and a smoke. Do the heavy lifting. Flash on in. See, not going to spot anything just yet. Praying needs to find the first spike. Dodging. Finds one. Swings on out for the second. She is being wild. She is being unhinged. And Jonana, Spike, both with AWPs in hand. Get it done with the sidearms. And Spike, a player that we've seen a lot of in the women's scene. A player that I got a lot of love for, but not really been one of the players that we talk about in terms of having the most kills at the end of the scoreboard. Often on a team with some absolutely standout players who just run down and steal all the kills being why. But this map, with the SMGs, she has been a nuisance for them. She has been swinging things the bigger keeper don't expect anybody to have the audacity to swing, and Spike walks away not only with frags, but she walks away victorious. Jonana heading into mid. M-San's a little bit of duck on out there. This time she knows that Paulie keeps catching her in apartments. She doesn't want to give away the game early. So this time joining up with the team. Olga tucking on into sandbags. Oh! Hanger, that's a criminal headshot from Vilga. She pulls down the trigger and 3 lose their lives. 5 versus 2. And there's no flank on this, but Jenny R finding the pick onto M-San kind of just confirms it. Astra finds Vilga. Little bit of breathing room, or so she thinks. There's a player in car. Spots the jump away. Flash. Smoke goes on out. Even escape here doesn't look certain. There we go. Jonana AWP brings out, finds the last pick. As we head into our 8th round I too would be taking a timeout. To be honest with you, I'm surprised Big Keeper maybe didn't take one a little bit sooner. Let Her Cook really finding their feet here. Lot to discuss. Now, they've got enough to buy in this... Ooh, actually, I've seen that. I was like, oh, M-San's not got much. I then looked down the scoreboard and I saw that Hanker was really not too well off in the coin department. So this is just going to be a little bit of a half buy here. Make sure you got enough for next round, but still something that feasibly could do a bit of damage. You go here to make your money back. Make Let Her Cook's life uncomfortable. And they have done so, considering Let Her Cook have been on an absolute tear here. The money's been kept relatively humble. Anchor, you can see, wants to run through the flames. The rest of her team does. Aim's found one. Paulie will trade, but look at that. They've managed to burst on out into sight there. Kills are back and forth. That's a bit unfortunate because weaponry advantage still on Let Her Cook's side. Bomb's still not been planted either. Mom on Hanker's back here. Has to be careful. Wants to plant, but even choosing to clear out a little bit further. Trying to bait them on out, lure them in. Them on in. Oh, caught looking the wrong way, and Jenny R is not going to let that opportunity slip through the cracks. Let Her Cook find themselves a 7th, winning at the half, regardless of how the rest of this goes. We said, though, this is exactly what was needed. A very CT-sided team on this map. Albeit that was the old roster. It's not changed all too much, but I think it's still an important sort of asterisk to add. Now, B was the one round that had worked for them. They push Vilga on back. Throw in that CT smoke. This time, though, has backup. Jenny R with the AWP. Not Jenny R, sorry. Jonana with the AWP is here. No, it's Jenny R. Jonana has the AWP, sorry. Get a little bit muddled there. Astra's found one. That's the AWP out of the rounds. Still 2 players over towards Banana, though. Chuck's in the util now. Even with the extra support here, has not been wanting to get up the fight. Actually, it's been a whole call for everyone to rotate over towards A. Maybe a little bit of a misread, because right now it's only Astra, and maybe assuming that where the AWP goes, all she shall follow. Flash on over the top. Gets them round, past sandbags. Not spotted anything. Since he comes out, that's the smoke for CT, Molotov for backside, but they're still unconvinced, and the issue is the longer that they wait, the more time. Gonna hear the jump from Vilga. Oh, not able to pull the weapon out in time. Astra's gonna find one, but instantly gets traded. She gives her life to try give her team a chance to get back to B, and that hesitation is going to be the killer of this round, potentially. And that's it, there's no smoke. There's no smoke for CT. They've just got to plant and hope that AIM can hold on. Bomb does go down. AIM needs a miracle here. Spraying away. Hasn't managed to find a clean shot. Needs either of them. Does take down Jenny R, but Paulie's there to trade. And the hesitation in Banana is their undoing. And an 8th round on the board for Let Her Cook. I mean, when I said this is what we needed, this was not what I was expecting. I mean, it's not over yet for Big EQUIPA. I mean, I'm very much a firm believer if it's not over till it's over, but this is looking definitely not great. I'm trying to be nice about this. This has really not gone Big EQUIPA's way, but if I'm wanting to be nice, I'm just going to praise Let Her Cook. They have been really good on this. They've been really good on the trades, the opening rounds as well, eking out the utility from Big EQUIPA, making them second guess themselves, reading where these players are. M-San no longer wanted to go apartments, knowing that all that waits her is Paulie hunting down her head. Aggressive in towards B. They hesitated last time. That's a mistake they cannot afford to repeat, and they're not. Smoke goes down. A little bit of a spray. I already know that somebody's there. Calling over the reinforcements, and I expect Spike to rotate over pretty soon, given that they've heard absolutely nothing at all. Nil. Zilch over towards A. Nana's here with the orb. Again, the longer the wait, the harder this gets. Jonana missed shot, has to fall back into the smoke there. Flash ready over the top. Is going to catch aim out in the open, fully blind, tucking on in, hoping she's still alive when she recovers vision. And she is. Sosoya gets one. Jenny R to find the pick in exchange. Ames managed to get into dark. That's a little bit of a problem because she's making it hurt. Spike round the corner, eats the HE. Smoke fades, suddenly doesn't have the safety net, and there's a lot of players on this side. Trying to isolate these fights is going to be difficult, but Spike maybe to take away the pressure. Jonana, all eyes are on her. Paulie's found one, and you can see Astra not sure which way to look. M-San luckily has her back, finds the first. Now all M-San needs to do is still long enough not to let them plant, but she goes one step better. She finds the pick, and Big EQUIPA find themselves a second round. But again, this cannot be a one and done. It cannot be like the last round where they get one round and they let four slip. And you can see them immediately a timeout off the back of this victory to figure out how to double down on it. Jonana's got a Mag 7. She is a little bit of an extraneous variable, Jonana, and I love her for it. I think it makes her one of the most interesting and unique players in EU because she buys the shotgun, she buys the Zeuses. She's also an incredibly good AWPer. Had a killer series so far. Anchor looking to get straight up. Banana. Seven is on the other side of the map, but that's a little bit of a worry because it's not exactly a retake weapon. So relying on the stack from her team to do this, and if Let Her Cook can win out this round with this bare bones buy, then I think that's a little bit of a harbinger for the rest of this map. Big EQUIPA. Switching up the plan here. Actually going to pivot, head over towards A now. They've not taken much space beyond mid here. Jonana and that shotgun. Ooh, it's getting into dangerous range. Unfortunately, not close enough to finish M-San off in one blow. And that, however, will be the end of you. Flash goes on out. Swing looks both sides. Wait for the flames to die. They've got themselves a sight. Let Her Cook. They know that this round's done, but there's not really much they can do about it. Maybe you go for an exit pick, but we're not looking at this being a round one. And given the money in the bank, they will just be looking on to hold on to as many of these weapons as possible, I'd imagine. Aim's having a little bit of a hunt. I mean, why not? If you can take these weapons away, if you can really drive home the point, that would be everything. Okay. Having a look. No one's going to show themselves, though. Nobody wants the smoke. Vilga's going to have to be careful. 5-7 close range, though. Oh, it's brutal. Picks up the weapon. And Zosia's like, no, get your hands away from that AK. Big EQUIPA with a very real chance here to close this up 8-4, which is not the prettiest of scorelines. Here we go. Straight on into Banana. Astra full blind. Gonna get run on down by Jenny. Oh, it's a massacre. It's a bloodbath. And now she's got the AWP and we talked about it. She's proficient with it. She's played it enough. And there it is. Through the wall, through the smoke. Switches back to the rifle. She can do it with any which weapon. And now Emsan caught in a deadly crossfire. Finds the first. Now needs to swing. Spike goes down as well. And Emsan, she's giving them a way to make it work. Unfortunately, as she falls, she passes on the torch. Aim, it's all on you. Less than half her health. Here's the footsteps. Finds the first, but unfortunately, Vilga, the swing on out is perfect. And let her cook. They're going to close out their half. 9-3. I will say, though, the reason that I was reiterating how important this is because the distribution of rounds won on the one time that we saw them play an official on this map in the last year, 87.5% on the CT side as opposed to 12.5 on the T. But the pistols, we said they're good, and if they can get a pistol here, I think it might be curtains on this map. Here we go. Big EQUIPA. They're going to need to dig deep for this one. This is weighing heavy on their hearts if they lose this. Sosia dancing with the angle. There's the flash on over the top. Oh, Hanker, though, caught fully by it, not able to capitalize. And both of them will fall. And that's unfortunate. Astra tapping away. Has spotted at least one. Is she aware that there's a second player in here? Soon to be a third. Paulie wants a little piece of the church action as well. And we said they needed to hope for a miracle. In church, they're praying for it. Vilga swings on out, aims good for one, and it all comes toppling down on top of them. Let her cook yet another pistol round, the queens of them. And Big EQUIPA on the CT side when you're already 6 rounds down to make it a 7th and to start off in this fashion feels damning. To think this was their map pick. I mean, you couldn't tell. Let her cook. I'd be looking to add this one into the roster. If this is how they're going to go. And it's not been anything groundbreaking from Let Her Cook. It's just been solid, fundamental. Spike having a little bit of a look. They've not been tested yet. They've not even been approached. See Jonana. The one with the bomb. The guardian of the objective. Not spotted anything at all, in fact. Banana's been suspiciously quiet, even given that it is an eco they're up against. Molotov goes on in. Ooh, shoulder spotted. Wally going to be the next one on up. Emsan up on the balcony. Yeah, going to be found. The fact that Big EQUIPA haven't given away a kill yet, that they've just been really making this uncomfortable, adding as much friction as possible. And it is going to be it's going to be bloody. It's going to be messy. All 5 players on both teams alive and ready to push A here. Jonana, Molotov on over the top. Vilga's got one. Jonana with another. Socia hoping to find something. Hanker and Astra both find a pick, but it's short-lived because Let Her Cook have absolutely stormed through them. Yes, it's just an eco, but also when you are this far down, when Let Her Cook are this close to map point, just an eco and not words we could afford to be saying, because every round you get closer to having to play Dust 2. Here we go. Hanker, finally an opening pick. We talked about it. The aggression is what was yielding them results over on their T side, but now there's an answer for it. Jenny R, immediately a trade. Socia smoke comes on out. Choose to respect it, just swapping weapons between them. Got a minute and 20 on the clock. They don't have to decide either which way just yet. The utility comes raining on over. You can see Aim's being called across, but she's not going to be here in time. Socia, the shoulders on which the world rests will fall. Aim parts the smoke, finds one. Gives them the player advantage. The last 2 players low as well. Oh, Vilga, what a lovely shot. M-San to trade there, trying to throw in the flash, trying to keep them off. Now Paulie knows where the last 2 remaining players are, but that does not make the fight any easier. Knowing is half the battle, they say. Well, half the battle is Aim, and she's already found you. No need for M-San to come calling. Bigger Keeper clinging on, denying that map point, if only for another round. But it is another round. Now, it's a little tiny bit of breathing room. A pocket of air, I'd say. Maybe a bubble of air. I feel like a pocket of air is maybe a bit generous. It's a little tiny bubble of air, of breathing room for Bigger Keeper here in this round. Now, Jenny R stepping on up with an AK. And there's not many hands that I would trust it more in. Hanker has been liking to play, as we said, going for that hold, trying to take an early pick here in Banana just to whittle down the numbers, thin the herd before they hit sight. Is told no this time by an HE to the face. Socia dodging the flash of her own ready this time. Hanker to swing off the back of it instead of fully blinded. So she gets one. Hanker with another. And between the 2 of them, this crossfire is incredible. The scissors cutting through the sight. Vilga's managed to wrap all the way back round, but the issue is going to be now she's just trapped back sight. And lovely way to close this one on out. It's clean, and we talked about it. It's a tiny pocket of air. Bigger Keeper are still 6 rounds down. But it's the first round in the 7 they needed to make this up, which is a good start. You know, we're trying to keep it positive here. It's not over yet for Bigger Keeper, and they are a team that is incredibly resilient, incredibly strong-willed. And even if this is a loss, a team that can bounce back, but the fact that they're having to bounce back is what's maybe causing us more worry. Actually, I don't know. I think the fact that they are 11-5 down on their own pick is a very worrying thing. Oh, good HEs. Over the top. Spike, Jenny R tagged up heavily again. Not much weaponry to work with in this round. Gives Bigger Keeper a little bit of an in. Socia, nice swing on out. Blind comes on over. It's a little bit of a painful one, but nobody's there, and the smoke in her face gives her that protection. She's found 3, that's all she needs to do. 2 remaining players to dispatch of. They're just going to resmoke this as well. Not going to go hunting for it. No point in risking it. Astra's not spotted anything in mid. Not heard anything. They've called M-San over just as, you know, a backup plan. Astra, last piece of the puzzle, hoping to find both of them. HE over the top, build is pretty low. And, yeah, USP to finish it off. HE was good, but the gun's slightly faster. Now, 5 rounds to make up. The issue is going to be Let Her Cook are back on the weapons, and Jonana's got that AWP back out, which we have said has been really fundamental in shaping Let Her Cook's attacks. Okay, here we go. Slowly pushing on up here. Now they know that the HEs go deep. So Let Her Cook just going to stand back. Yeah, throw them. We don't care. It's just one less thing that you don't have late rounds. And maybe a tiny bit of damage onto Jonana. But, you know, realistically, 11 damage is way less than we have seen in previous rounds. And it's a good call from them. Good adaptation just to play it a little bit more passively early round towards Banana. But now, passive, it's over. They go chasing Hanker on back. He's had a nice little bit of a clear and hasn't really found anybody yet. Smoke gonna go on out. Force AIM and Socia back. Actually, it's not just gonna force them back, it's gonna force them over to B. Clocking this. Knows that Hanker's gonna need the help. Smoke hasn't landed for CT yet. That's a bit of a problem. Hanker swings on out. A couple of them line up, but she's only able to finalize the kill on one of them. Aim there, finds one, needs a bit more, finds a second. Oh, and goes even more crazy. Finds 3 of them. And anything less there. I think there's still enough players that they make it work, but God, it's a sigh of relief if you're bigger keeper to see that kill feed, all with AIM's name at the front. Bigger keeper, they're bringing this back. Now, I don't want to sound like a copium huffing lunatic, but there is still a chance for bigger keeper to win this in regulation. Orb on Astra. Flash to try stop her. Smoke to go on in. They know that she's got it. They are not taking any chances. Good from Let Her Cook here. Ooh, HE pods open the smoke. And I think M-San can hear the footsteps. Oh, not for long though. Not with a bullet to the head. Molotov, I don't think she meant for it to bounce back quite like that. But AIM's fine. She's got 2 with the AK. Now needs Astra to be the hero. Whilst the rotates run on over. Smoke comes out. And the utility from Let Her Cook has been elite. Has been shutting Let Her Cook down everywhere they've wanted to go. And that's either a long wait out of the smoke, even longer with the re-smoke coming on through. Astra's hoping with the first smoke fading, she's going to spot ahead or something. Unfortunately, Let Her Cook, so much utility. 1 HE left apart, open the smoke. It's actually going to take down Vilga, I'd argue, not what they were intending, but task failed successfully. 2 versus 3, that time is getting low. Socia's found the first here. Paulie, however, looking good for the first. Trade comes through from Hanker. Defuse from Astra. And Let Her Cook, amazing stall capabilities, amazing sight hold and utility. That has definitely been a step above this map. Bigger keeper find themselves getting closer here. Now only 3 rounds between them, right? If you had no context, if you didn't have the scoreboard on screen right now, if you joined the match at 11-8, you'd say, not bad, not bad. You know, All things kind of normal. Bit odd to see Big EQUIPA losing, but the gap's not that big. But they've had to fight for this. Aggressive. Ooh, both teams firing wildly and blindly. Shots in the dark. Everyone walking away. Somewhat worse for wear, but walking away. Paulie, oh, that's a grim, that's a diabolical peek onto Msan. Opening pick, unanswered. A second from Jenny R. And now Hanka. Amazing player, a star of the scene, needs to shine brighter than we've seen from her before to keep this map going. Deny that 12th. That's the game here. But she's fallen off here. Sound of the smokes comes on over. Is that just going to be the call to... I mean, they've got the money not to save. And I know it's a very difficult site to retake, but surely with 13 grand on Astra, 7 on Msan, 8 on AIM, you want to at least tempt the idea? But no, just going to sit and save. It's a big task, so, you know, they will be forgiven for not going for it. It's not, you know, a bad call or whatever. It's just, I really wanted to see them go for it. Because Big EQUIPA, lest we forget, yesterday, the 2 versus 5 clutch. Lest we also forget Socia's incredible 1 versus 3 clutch the other day versus Los Cucutas. Amazing sequence from her. They're a team that has some of the best clutches in the league, but choosing to save Astra, they are going to have to fight for this. Luckily, it's only one person showing themselves. The rest actually fearing the AWP there at the end, knowing a little bit better than to peek that. And 4 needed for overtime. We still only get 5 in a row there. It's doable. It's just uncomfortable. Spike. Insane speeds there. Pull F1 because it is inhuman the way they're rounding these corners. Unfortunately though, AIM and Astra, they're ready for it. And that's the thing though, when you've swung the corners like this all map, they are going to start to clock it. Bilga finds one, but it's a short-lived victory because she now finds herself alone with players on either side. Yeah, she's got the bomb, but it's not going to see her sight. So see her to put that to rest, to find the first of the 4 needed. Let her cook. To be honest, I'd love to see a timeout. They just need 1. They need 1 in 3 rounds. Have a talk. Bring out a set play. Go looking to peek. A lot of smokes though lie in the way. Lilga just trying to make it a bit uncomfortable. Spray goes by and Hanka can hear the bullets whistling past her ear. Still, she pushes on forward. Deep angle here. And they can call Banana pretty much clear. That gets these A players ready to go. It's going to fall back a bit. It's going to tell Sosia to go join the team. Reinforce that A site. Msan only good for 1, unfortunately. Astra plucks Jonana out of thin air. Aim would have been a nice one to find there, especially with the smoke blossoming in Astra's face. Makes it incredibly difficult to try and stop this bomb going down. No more HGs to part the smoke, so... Just gonna have to wait this one on out or wrap round short. There's nothing else to reinforce this. I say that, sorry, Paulie's got 1 more smoke available. Jenny, this is such a nice hunt though. Oh, AIM swings round, ducks under, playing limbo with Jenny R's bullets. AIM keeps on going. She has been something else this map. She has been something else this series. Defuse comes on through. And now only 2 rounds needed to close up the gap. And AIM, you got to give the flowers here. You got to give the flowers to AIM, right? Has single-handedly had multi-kills always when needed. And it's always been a multi-kill. It's not when any of this, one, then traded out. It's 2, 3 Ks every time we're saying a name. And that's exactly what this team is needing. Maybe a little bit of a dependence on it right now, but they just need to keep this game going. Jonana on the AWP. Here's the util. Isolated this fight. Hanker finds the headshot, though. It's a difficult one, knowing you're face to face with a sniper, but she looks death in the eyes and says, not today, not this round. Smoke comes on out to try stop them pushing any further. Now they're not sure whether the bomb is committed here or not. A players sending on out the smokes. No information really to speak of. Just being ever so cautious. They can't afford to let that concentration waver for even a second. It's been a little bit too quiet though. Big EQUIPA's got no information to work with here. They're going to be playing off of whatever contact comes their way. 4 versus 3 on the A site. It's the situation we find ourselves in. Emsan, a nade with their name on it. They have to get past Astra first, though. Flush over the top. She's going to spot 2 cross, and she's only going to fire on the second. Calls this on over. She's now going to be ever so wary that she's going to get wrapped. Unfortunately, though, backs out of the smoke, gets taken down. Still 2-player advantage with AIM coming on in, swooping in to save the day once more. Emsan ducks under the flash, waiting for the swing from Jenny, finds the pick, bomb drops, AIM to swing on out there, and they're going to chase down Vilga. She's just got to run for a couple more seconds to keep hold of this weapon. She knows she's being chased, but Big EQUIPA not quite fast enough to catch her. And now Big EQUIPA, I'll level with you. I wasn't sure they were going to do it, but Big EQUIPA have closed out regulation 1 more round to decide if we go OT. I've just seen, apparently there's a lot of talk going on in the chat, a lot of banter between these teams, and we also got a little bit of a timeout, which I think good from Let Her Cook, maybe a little bit overdue. I just want to say that everyone has been incredible in the chat today. Seeing the support from the community has been absolutely amazing. The copy pastas for Zana, the copy pastas for AIM. We've had some new people that have never watched Women's CS before as well. Welcome. Hope you're having a nice time. To be honest with you, we couldn't ask for more of an exciting comeback here. Smoke goes in deep for Banana. Jonana's not going to respect that. She's already posted up on the angle. She's not seeing anyone there, though. That's a weakness that she can smell. Socia, next line of utility to try and deter them, ready. Everything goes silent for a second. Plays in apartments, don't want to step out. A little bit of a look. She caused Emsan so much headache here before. Now needs to do it just 1 more time. Astra fully flashed, has to fall back. AIM watching for long. No one's peeked out of the smoke. Jenny R. Only 2 damage from that HE somehow, but Astra out in the open. Has Emsan near enough by to trade? Unfortunately, peeks into the counterpart. AWP. Gonna be the first to fall. The advantage conceded. Aim needs to go huge here. Also falls. M-San, her opportunity, finds one, knows that they've already pushed out long, doesn't want to risk that. Unfortunately caught on the reload by Vilga, completely unaware she was in Boiler. Socia, Hanker, 2 versus 4 to keep this map alive. To send us to overtime, but let her cook. They are so established. These post plants, they're already going hunting. Clearing out left and right. Both take a side. The issue is going to be they're not going to let these fights get isolated. 3 swing. Hanker's found 2 heads though. How have they let this happen? 2 versus 2. Spike swings on out. They almost line up. Hanker with another headshot. She's making miracles happen. She finds another. The 4K to bring us to overtime.
Bomb has been defused.
She's the queen. She's the GOAT. And she's only gone and saved the whole team. They said this is our map pick. We're going to make it exciting. God, I've got to wipe the sweat off of my brow. I can't even imagine how the players are feeling. And that looked so over. That looked so done. But who else would it be but Hanker? Let her cook. I'm assuming calling a bit of a timeout there, given that Jonana does not appear to be in the server. Now, everyone's back. I think we should be good to go. Yep, looks like it. First round of overtime. Who will take the lead? Our bigger keeper have got a chance to take the lead for the first time in this map. Albeit it's taken them a little bit longer than is comfortable here. And I know their team manager sat watching this game. I hope he's doing okay. I hope there's still some non-grey hairs left. Jonana immediately straight up on the angle. She's been so good, but unfortunately oversteps. Doesn't even suspect Hanker in sandbags, and there's nobody there to trade. So she throws over the Molotov and shuts down B. And they'd even brought Astra over to help here. Not needed. She can send them back over towards to help with A, but she's not needed there either. M-San and AIM. When they signed AIM, I was a bit confused. I was like, we've got 2 anchors on the team, but the way they play off of each other, oh, it is something else to watch. Nobody's getting onto AIM. Nobody. Alright, here we go. Next round. Big Keeper take the lead. Hanker goes down to the HE. Oh, Jenny dies in her own Molotov, and with Socia finding a pick, that's somehow Bigger Keeper with a player advantage. Astra on the orb, it's a slide on out, and it's a kill to the chart. And now 2 players remaining. Paulie's looking to see if there's any hope that A is going to work, and I think you know the answer. M-San and Eamon, you want to take them on by yourself. That's just been left by herself with the side. I mean, Socia's not far away. She's pretty far away now, actually. I haven't said that. Paulie not going to find anything, but there's no further swing off the back of this. Astra doesn't need the teammate. She's going to get it done by herself. 14 found, 2-round lead. And Bigger Keeper, we talked about the momentum. Once it gets started for them, it just doesn't stop. And Let Her Cook must be feeling devastated to have such a dominant half, to almost have stolen away Bigger Keeper's map pick from them, taking down the giants that are, just for it to end up here. But it's not over yet. Not until that last round hits the board, not until the last bullet finds its mark. Hanker jumps over the fire to swing. Have a bit of a look. Nobody's crossed over yet. HE on in from Socia just to clear this one out. Has to retreat, just too much going on. Spots a lot of players, she's going to call this one on over. Socia dancing on the angle. Flash over the top, they want to peek this. This time they're going to be a little bit more wary of sandbags, have a little bit of a clear. She over the top, slam, dunk. Still wanting to try sow the seeds of confusion, some ruse that there might still be A at the end of this, but Hank has found one. Socia fully blind, recovers vision just to lose it again, and they've managed to get on site. Confused Days, not sure where she is, and let her cook an absolute slaughter on site. Astra still nearby, M-San running on over, trying to piece this together, but that smoke's really put a dampener on the mood. But once it fades, there's nothing left to do here. Astra's got to be careful. There's a real possibility for Paulie just to close this one on out here. Paulie's not even going to peek. She doesn't have to. Around the corner, lines up the first. It's going to have to be something else. Jonana's got one. Spike to find Astra at last. And time was low anyway. Good hold from Let Her Cook. Good fight for Banana, good exchange of utility, and that smoke towards Coffin just to stall out the rotates on towards the end. Just really devastating this team. Now we switch sides once again. Big EQUIPA leading by around the first half of what could be the first overtime. Well, I mean, it's the first overtime whether there's more or not, right? But the first of potentially several. And remember, their T side was, I don't want to use the word dire, that feels a bit harsh, but I mean, what Let Her Cook did on their CT side was harsh. It was a 9-3, it was... Everything the Big EQUIPA were doing was being read like a book. Heavy over towards A here. Left anchor to cause a bit of mischief, keep the attention there. Drawing as much utility as possible from Jenny and Vilga just for that late round here. Oh no, missed shot, uncharacteristic. Spike, however, got a lid on it. Utility goes on out, Molotov to put some space so Janana can post back up on the angle. Smoke goes in towards apartments, and that's going to deny M-San being able to pitch on into this. Good HE. Jonana not going to miss a second shot there. Aim taken out. Astra's found one, has to fall back. The flashbang cloud in her vision. 30 seconds though, and there's still 3 players they've got to get rid of. And Vilga, the swing comes on through. It is dealt with, however. Spike taken down. And Paulie, last player here. You could see Jenny R sprinting to come on over. And M-San, aerial support's gonna spot her. Astra's gonna plant the bomb on down, can immediately get ready for this. Both eyes on her. And there it is, Astra over the top. She only needs a slither of their head to get the job done. The mercenary herself. And Big EQUIPA reach series point. This time, they are in the lead. They are the ones setting the pace. And now they only need one more round. This is getting spicy. I say getting spicy like it hasn't been burning our taste buds for the past, 11 rounds? Molotov stops them even looking at mid. It's going to give AIM the chance to push forwards. M-Sam knows that Paulie's had her number here, so being extra careful with every corner she turns. And has the support of her teammates. Pushing the choke point now. Molotov goes on over. Maybe He's been spotted in towards Boiler Room. That's going to embolden M-San a little bit further. Aim spotted someone on the other side. Spike having to be careful. Smoke goes over, cuts off Library. Molotov's going to stop him pushing. Jenny's found one, but Hanker immediately finds the tray. This is on the other side of the map, though. The battle for A still raging. Vilga hoping she can get involved in time, but with no smoke for Archer, she actually might be able to. Paulie's found one. Spike round the corner. Good for another. 2 versus 3. M-San hears all of these footsteps, needs to punish, but she has to be so careful of Quad here. Hanker's got sight, though. The issue is going to be only 35 seconds. Having to retrieve the bomb, get it on site, and by the time they do, I mean, there's a player on both sides. M-San's found one. Now one last play remaining. 20 seconds. It's going to be a little bit of a sprint. Has to jump into the ditch, and this is all precious time that's being whittled away. Needs M-San to stop Spike here. Any delay, and there won't be enough time. 10 seconds to plant. Bomb goes down. Spike round the corner. 2 players to contend with here, and it's Hanker finds the last kill, and that's it. The comeback is elite, and Big EQUIPA, they closed the series out 2-0. They had us on the edge of our seat there after the first half, but what a miraculous comeback there. Are you not entertained? Poor Letter Cook, though. I think we've got to sing praises of that opening half for them, though. Ran out of steam just towards the end, and it is getting late. They have played a lot of officials recently as well, and as we talked about, this roster has gone through many iterations over the past couple of weeks, so maybe still finding that little bit of a gel when the going gets tough, but you gotta congratulate them for taking the series that far on a map that we really don't see too much from them on. I'd like to see some more from them in the future, and actually more than pleasantly surprised, but Big EQUIPA just about eke out the win there off the back of some amazing plays. Hanker stepping on up, aim as well, just beautifully done. That, however, is going to conclude today. Now, I know many of you have been here supporting from the start, so I'm going to let you get on with your evenings. I'm not going to hold you hostage for much longer, but I want to thank the wonderful production team, the wonderful League Ops team, and everyone that has been making this happen behind the scenes, everyone who's watched, and the players, of course, for putting on an absolutely marvelous series for us today. Thank you so much, everybody, and we will see you tomorrow for even more JB Pro League Female.